The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motion. Before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, PAAC, is a sessional select committee nominated by the House as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Is this true or false? Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. On the agenda in this session, under statements by ministers, Prime Minister, Minister of Defence and Economic Growth and Job Creation Andrew Holness is to address the House. Under public business, several legislations are down to be addressed. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone extension of period of operation number 2 Order 2021 is to be tabled and taken. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone extension of period of operation number 2 Order 2021 is to be tabled and taken. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension of period of operation number 2 Order 2021 is to be tabled and taken. And the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the parish of St. James Zone extension of period of operation number 2 Order 2021 is to be tabled. Also, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the parish of St. James extension of period of operation number 2 Order resolution is to be tabled and taken. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you're planning to attend a session, here are some rules you should keep in mind. No visitor shall create any acts of disorder within the precincts of the House. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceeding is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We stated the PAAC is a sessional select committee nominated by the House as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Is this true or false? It's true, and according to the standing orders, the PAAC shall consist of not less than 6 members, including the chairman, none of whom shall be a minister or parliamentary secretary. Now, over to the proceedings.
Smith, Mr. Main, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henry Kitts, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Nita, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibbles, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright.
Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker,
there will be a statement by the Most Honorable Prime Minister at a later stage today in the proceedings. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table today are the following: Ministry Paper number 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Under the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Community Zone Social Intervention, dated April 8, 2021, the Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention, the Greenwich Town Community Zone Social Intervention, and the Mount Salem Community Zone Social Interventions. And the latter is dated September 1, 2017 to April 8, 2021. April 8, 2021. Annual report of the Scientific Research Council for the year 2019-2020. Annual report on audited financial statement of the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority for the year 2018-2019. Annual report of the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission for the year 2015-2016. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021, and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021, and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and the Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021. And those orders are tabled with their resolutions. The Integrity Commission Special Report on investigation conducted into the registration of Intelcan Technosystems Inc. with investigation conducted into the registration with investigation. Let me go again. The Integrity Commission Special Report on investigation conducted into the registration of Intelcan Technosystems Inc. with National Contracts Commission and the implementation of the contracts for the design and construction of air traffic control towers at the Norman Manley International Airport and the Sangster International Airport.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move, be it resolved, with reference to the Select Committee appointed by this Honourable House on the 12th day of January 2021, to sit jointly with a similar committee appointed by the Senate to consider and report on a bill shortly entitled the Customs Act 2020, that the committee be allowed to hold virtual meetings, whether wholly virtual or partly virtual and partly physical, utilizing available information and communication technologies in the manner more specifically outlined below. Preserving the rights, powers, and privileges, including voting rights, normally accorded to a member of the committee. The committee is empowered to 1. convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information and communication technologies, which shall be considered committee meetings for the purpose of its mandate. 2. Allow access and participation from remote locations as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by members and other persons authorized by the committee. 3. To include members accessing and participating from remote locations as a part of its quorum. 4. To receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media, and via platforms, modes, and media enabled by means of information and communication technologies by any person whatsoever. And fifthly, to consider any and all information generated, communicated, and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media as enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming a part of the record of these committee meetings. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Justices of the Peace Amendment Act 2021.
Is there a member from the House doing the trademarks amendment?
Wait. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, he will move to introduce and read for the first time a bill shortly entitled the Trademark Amendment Act 2021.
Dr. Chang notices the law reform.
I need this thing there. Madam Speaker, there's law reform zones of special operations, resolutions. There are 4 resolutions. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The law reform zones of special operations and Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone Extension Period Operation, number 2, Order 2021 Resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the Law Reform Zone of Special Operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operation for a period of not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with the section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security, community and development measures, August Town Zone Order 2020. And whereas the order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may, by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 12th day of April 2021, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zone of special operations, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone extension period of operation number 2, Order 2021. And now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone extension period operation number 2, Order 2021 resolution. The law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the August Town Zone extension of the period of operation number 2, Order 2021 is hereby affirmed. Ministerial Paper 2221 is in the table. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica the zone of special operation for a period not exceeding 60 days before there are reasonable grounds, if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, zone of special operation, special security and community development measures, declaration of the Denham Town Community Zone, number 2, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation, the Joint Command may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives extend the said period for such periods, further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 12th day of April 2021, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zone of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation, number 2, Order 2021 resolution, the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of the period of operation, number 2, Order 2021 is hereby affirmed. Ministerial Paper 2321 relates to back to resolution. The law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, Zone of Special Operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Greenwich Town Zone, Order 2020. And whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such periods, further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 12th day of April 2021, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation, number 2, Order 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation, number 2, Order 2021 resolution. 2. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town Zone, extension of period of operation, number 2, Order 2021 is hereby affirmed. The law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation, number 2, Order 2021 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder and threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas, in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister and Council made the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment in the parish of St. James Zone, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods which each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 12th day of April 2021, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform, zone of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021 resolution. 2. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment, the parish of St. James, extension of period of operation number 2, Order 2021 is hereby affirmed. Ministry paper number 2521 is laid on the table in relation to the Mount Salem zone of special operation. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give note that the next meeting of the House will move, be it resolved that with reference to the select committee appointed by this Honourable House on the 3rd day of November 2021, jointly with a similar committee appointed by the Senate to complete the review of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, that the committee be allowed to hold virtual meetings, whether wholly virtual or partly virtual and partly physical, utilizing available information and communication technology in the manner more specially outlined below. Preserving the rights, powers and privileges, including voting rights, normally accord to members of a committee. The committee is empowered to convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information communication technologies, which will be considered committee meetings for the purpose of its mandate. Allow access and participation from remote locations as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by the members and other persons authorized by the committee. Include members accessing and participating from remote locations as part of its quorum. Receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media via platforms, modes, and media enabled by means of information and communication technology from any person. Consider any and all information generated, communicated, and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media are enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming part of the record of these committee meetings. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice at the later stage there and move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice of motion to suspend a member of this Honourable House.
Hold a minute. To do what?
To suspend a member of this Honourable House in the terms...
Hold a minute. Hold a minute. Members.
Yeah.
Members, we are in a parliamentary sitting. I am the Speaker of the House. Allow me to deal with the matter. Please, let us have good behavior. Please. I want, before I respond to you at all, I just want to say very clearly, and I have heard members, I do not expect either members from the government or the opposition to speak when I'm speaking. So will you allow me? I heard very clearly the word of the leader of opposition business saying, and I don't want you to do that, that he was moving for the suspension for a member of this House. I am a Jamaican, so I'm aware of what is happening. And therefore, before my ruling, I just want to make it abundantly clear that if indeed the leader of government business is referring to a video that has been circulated, I am not going to allow the leader of government business, the opposition business. If he is referring, Madam, I'm going to answer. This is serious business and I don't want us to trivialize it. If he is referring to a video that has been circulating on social media, I want, before making a ruling, to state very clearly that I have seen the video. And what I have seen in the video cannot be condoned, whether it be by a member of parliament or the man on the street. I want to make this country be aware of the fact that domestic violence is not and will not be tolerated by this government or this parliament at any time. However, in respect to this motion for suspension, I have to be guided by the laws of this land and by the standing orders, which I have read. We are, in this parliament, the highest court of the land, and therefore we have to be guided. And I watched the video, and I watched it several times today, and I cannot recognize definitively any person in that video, either the man on the street or anybody sitting in here. I have listened to the reports of the police, I have listened to the news, I have listened to what has come over, and the police has not charged or identified anyone. Madam, I am speaking and I do not wish for you to interfere. It is not a trivial matter. And the police have not charged and they have not identified anyone. I am saying clearly that this might not be the time, but if someone is identified and if someone is charged, be assured that this speaker will allow the motion. Because as a government and as a parliament, we cannot condone what was seen in the video. But at this time, I am not able, based on the standing orders and the laws of the land, to allow the extension. That is my, if indeed, the leader of government business can give me, opposition can give me some further guidance, but at this point, what is before us, I am not able to allow the suspension.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
I'm going to ask you all, members, and I'm really serious, regardless of what has happened, I don't wish for us to cross-talk about it, because as members of parliament, we all stand in solidarity against domestic violence. So do not let us cross-talk and let us not behave badly. I am in a position where I must rule, and I have to be guided because we are, as a parliament, the highest court of this land. And I must be guided by the laws of this land and the standing orders. And I'm saying just at this time, and I don't think we need to cross-talk and let the public think that this is just a bantering across each other. I would like us to understand that I cannot allow it at this time because the laws and the standing orders do not permit. But please let us not cross-talk because we don't support what we see in the video.
Madam Speaker, I am sure you're not issuing a ruling at this stage. You've asked me to make certain argument in support of the motion, and I am prepared to do so. And so, yeah. Madam Speaker, I said I'm sure you have not made a formal ruling on my motion because you've asked, and I think correctly so, that I adduce or present whatever arguments I have in support of the motion, and I'm about to do so.
So, though, I must caution you, in doing so, I have to be careful because we are a court of evidence. We are laws, and anything that is done in a court must be backed by evidence. So what I want to hear from you, but I do not wish for you to read and have read into handshake and to the public of the land facts that are things that are mere allegations without any person being identified as a member of parliament here. And I looked at the ethics committee and I took a quick glance at section 73E, G, and it also guided me because it says that the only time you can send it to the ethics committee is when you are receiving and investigating any reports of a civil or criminal proceedings being instituted against any member of this House. And I cannot find anywhere where any proceedings, whether civil or criminal, have been instituted against this House. So without going through the various things at this time, until we have that evidence, I cannot allow it. So if you have that, that is what. But I cannot allow you to read into the Hansard certain things that we have seen. And remember, with the greatest of respect to the media, remember, we are all Jamaicans. We are members of parliament. We are ordinary Jamaicans. And not everything that gets into the news, we must have the evidence before we can take a certain route. So if you have the evidence about a civil or a criminal charge, I would be happy to proceed. But we have to be careful, and I have to be guided.
Madam Speaker, I have heard your admonition, and I will proceed cautiously to say the following. Madam Speaker, you've asked me to adduce evidence and the basis for the motion. As you're aware, Madam Speaker, I understand you to be saying the evidence that would satisfy your concern is the evidence of a claim or an action filed. Madam Speaker, let me say this. In this matter, as in so many other matters involving our court system and the jurisprudence, there are many instances in which the evidence, as though it exists, has never been brought forward for a number of reasons. In this instance, the police has said, and if I am to go by the statement issued by the chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party and the Deputy Prime Minister, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, and the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, he is calling in that statement, as I understand it, for the member to turn himself in.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Just a minute.
What is the point of order?
I'm on my feet. Don't you say, Madam Speaker, at no stage in the release it said to turn himself in or what have you. It said nothing like that. He's misleading the House. Please be honest. I'm not surprised that you're being so dishonest anyhow. I'm not surprised at you. But don't mislead the House.
You have made your point of order. Member, you have made your point. House Leader, House Leader, hello.
Speaker, I have the statement here. And the statement by its terms asked that the member make himself available.
Government members of this House, there are two things. The opposition has a right to speak, and as a speaker, I will rule when he is out. I am about to respond, but I'm saying to you, please do not make comments out of turn that brings this discussion into at a level that neither the Prime Minister nor any of us in this Parliament would like it to descend. And he must be heard. Leader of Opposition Business, I want you to remember that what I said is that this court, this Parliament, is the highest court of the land. What was said by the release by the Minister of National Security has invited the member to make himself available. Until he makes himself available and he accepts or denies, I cannot under the law allow us to travel this route. He is entitled as a citizen of this country. The police are doing investigations. The investigations are what I would like to put in inverted commas, are young investigations. We trust the police to do what is necessary. And I want to reiterate to Jamaica that this government and this Parliament will not condone domestic violence at any time. I am not at this point going to ever prevent the opposition or any member of this House from speaking or bringing a motion that ought to be here and is properly before us as the highest court of the land. But I owe it to every citizen that until there is evidence on which I can grant the motion, I will not do so as a speaker. And before I finish, I'm going to ask us all to treat this matter with the gravity and the sincerity that came from all of us as parliamentarians, and let us not have cross chatter about it. The opposition has, in his full right, leader of the opposition business, risen to make a point. I have ruled, and I said at this point, I cannot allow the motion. If the point arises where I can, I will as Speaker of this House. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, you've asked, and I've said that you have given the certain guidelines to which I was hewing and following, and
General Secretary said, and you read what the General Secretary said. You read what the General Secretary said, and it says the person is to make himself available. And I'm saying to you with the greatest of respect, he has to be given time in this country to make himself available with whatever representation he may have or need to have or doesn't need to have. And until that is done, it is wrong for me, it is not fair, and I must be fair to every citizen to allow this to be played out in the highest court of the land. And I will go further, and I will tell you why I'm saying so, from personal experience. Only on the weekend, I had a situation that I reported. The matter went to the police, and I was called, and they said to me, Mrs. Philibert, unless you write a statement that is signed and there is a complainant, we cannot proceed. At this point, therefore, I went to the police station, I wrote my statement, I signed it, the declarations were made, and I signed. There is a complainant. In this matter, this is the highest court of the land. There is no complainant. I cannot entertain it until there is substantial evidence before us. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I would just ask that you allow the member to put forward the case as to why he thinks the motion should be allowed today. You have set certain parameters, saying he should not go into the allegations. He has not commenced doing that. I don't think it's his intention to do so, but you need to allow him to make the submission before you make up your mind on it. You can't prejudge the matter without hearing him. You keep saying this is the highest court in the land. That is not how courts operate. Please hear him, Madam Speaker, as long as he's operating within the guidelines that you have set.
Leader of the opposition, I want to say that, like yourself, I'm a member of the Jamaican Society. As a member of Parliament, as a speaker, I am aware of what is taking place. So I have listened to everything. I have read the standing orders, and by profession, I'm an attorney. Anything that you are going to say without the police laying a charge, a complainant signing a statement there, it is going to color the issue, and therefore it is for that reason I am stating that the moment there is evidence, I will rule accordingly. At this point, I cannot, with my legal knowledge, allow him, because in allowing him to go further, it is airing and reading into Hansard something that is not evidence. I can't do it. And I'm being as fair and as straightforward. And this is why I'm saying the moment there is evidence, this speaker will allow every motion and every discussion. At this point, I'm going to ask you to respect the ruling I have made, and believe me, I stand where I stand with every Jamaican who is totally against domestic violence and what we saw in that video. I cannot allow you to go further into the facts.
Madam Speaker, may I ask a question?
Please,
may I ask a question? Is there room in this court for circumstantial evidence? Is there room? Is there room?
And you have asked me to answer. You have asked a question.
Yes, yes, yes.
Opposition, I understand clearly where the leader of opposition business is coming from. And I understand how you feel having seen that video. But in this court, what I would be allowing is conjecture. I can't do it in all conscience. I shouldn't do it because very often, and I say this with the greatest of respect to the media, what is sensational makes big news. I do wish to be fair to every member of this House, as I would to the man on the street. So I ask you, I am not going to allow it, because we are talking about a sensitive matter. We're talking about someone's reputation. We're talking about domestic violence. And when there is evidence, I will not hesitate. So I ask you, I understand where you're coming from. I feel strongly about domestic violence. And I ask you to bear with the situation. It is early days yet. And I'm asking you to allow the police some time for the investigations. And I ask with humility that you do that.
Madam Speaker, and just so I'm clear.
Point of order, Madam
Just so I'm clear.
Point of order, Madam
I'm clear about the ruling.
No,
I'm
please,
asking
please,
about the ruling.
Please, a point of order. Madam Speaker, the standing orders are very clear in terms of your powers and your ruling when it is made. It also requires that members should bring motions and/or question statements to you for your perusal and approval prior to their presentation. I think that you have gone the route where you have actually met and discussed with the member. In addition, you have ruled that in your own view as Speaker, the motion that is intended to be laid is lacking in substance, in fact, and in legal validity. And therefore, you have ruled. And I am saying, as leader of government business, that your ruling must be respected. And I respectfully ask that my opposite number on the other side respects the standing orders and the ruling, accept the Speaker's ruling, and let's move on with the agenda of the House today.
I endorse everything that's been said.
I have no intention of challenging the Speaker's ruling. I have never done so, and I will never do so. I rise to ask for clarity so that I may be guided.
You that your motion is appropriate but premature. So I'm asking you to allow the investigations to run. The motion is appropriate but premature. Please respect and let time deal with this.
So be it, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that there be suspension of the standing orders to allow for the Clerk of the House to revisit the subject notices given. Announcements prior to that, and then after, Madam Speaker, I would respectfully ask that you allow for the Honourable Prime Minister to make the statement on the statement by ministers.
Question before the House is that there be suspension of the standing orders to allow us to revisit the item announcements and thereafter to allow the Honourable Prime Minister to make a statement as is on the House, the agenda for the House. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Also laid on the table of the House today are the following. Audit report of the Auditor General's Department for the period April 2016 to March 2019. Ministry of Finance and the Public Service report on the appropriation accounts of the Auditor General's Department for the year 2013-2014. Ministry of Finance and the Public Service report on the appropriation accounts of the Auditor General's Department for the year 2016-2017, and Ministry of Finance and the Public Service report on the appropriation accounts of the Auditor General's Department for the year 2017-2018.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't mean to be disrespectful of the established policy in the House of circulating statements. I have, however, begged excuse from that when I'm dealing with the COVID orders under the DRMA, for good reason, in that sometimes statements that are circulated may have errors in them, and then they are recirculated as the orders, or we may make changes while we are speaking, and then the statement previously circulated is treated as the order, and that creates confusion. So I ask members to understand the position that I have taken, and know that this is the only time that I have asked for an excuse from the policy of circulating the statement. After I've completed, I'm glad to circulate the statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I start off with my mask on, just so that the entire world can see that I am following the COVID protocols of wearing my mask for convenience. I see the member from Southwest pointing out that I have worn my mask in a particular way, but it is quite effective as an anti-fog mechanism. So I can speak without my glasses being... And she's taping me in Parliament as well. Will you be putting that on your page, member? Thank you, very good. So I will, Madam Speaker, for convenience, just remove my mask. Madam Speaker, on the latest report from this morning, Jamaica recorded 161 new cases of COVID-19 yesterday. Our cumulative cases of COVID-19 are now 42,924, with 19,136 of that number recovered. Our recovery rate is now 44.6%. The number of active cases...
Just a moment, Prime Minister. I stand to be corrected. However, I'm not aware that you ought to be taping the Prime Minister as he speaks. Is anybody doing that? Am I mistaken? Has anybody been taping? Because if somebody has, it is wrong, and I ask you not to do it. There is a Hansard, and the Hansard can record very well, and I think there's PBC, so I'm going to ask us not to do that. Thank you.
You had asked a question, Madam Speaker. Is it that you required an answer? Just want it to be clear.
I am making a ruling that there ought to be no taping of the Prime Minister as he speaks in here. Hansard will, or any member of us as we speak, Hansard will record, and I think PBC videotapes what takes place in here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The standing orders as it relates to the use of electronic devices on the floor of the House, those rules, I personally am not very acquainted with what they say. I take your guidance and indeed your protection. I hope no malice was meant if any such recordings were being done. But it leads to, just departing from my script a bit, it does lead us to consider how the business of the House is conducted in the era of technology and social media. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for your intervention and protection. I note that members have not protested.
Prime Minister, I'm almost positive there is no malice intended. However, Section 85A deals with the use of technology during proceedings of the House or in committee. And it states clearly that the use of laptop computers or other devices serving similar functions is permitted during the proceedings of the House or in only for the purpose of taking notes or consulting reference materials or as an audiovisual aid to support parliamentary procedure. So since we have Hansard and we have the PBC, I don't think there was any malice intended. It's just the guidance of the Standing Committee, and I just say that humbly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for reacquainting me with those standing orders. I was actually in the House, along with the current leader of opposition business in the House, when those regulations were changed in our standing orders, and the intention was to integrate it, but we also have to be careful that the use of technology does not impede the proper flow of the processes of Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for reminding us of that, and I hope all members will abide by the current rules. Madam Speaker, because of the interruption, you would not mind me starting from the top. Madam Speaker, based on the latest report of this morning, Jamaica recorded 161 new cases of COVID-19 yesterday, 161. Our cumulative cases of COVID-19 are now at 42,924 cases, with 19,136 of that number recovered. Our recovery rate is now 44.6%. The number of active cases, that is the number of persons who still have the virus, based upon our tracking, is 22,802. Yesterday, as I said, we had 161 positive cases out of 1,484 samples tested, which is a test positivity rate of 10.8%. Now, before we say it is a big fall, I'm very careful. This is just 1 day's figure. You have to take a moving average of 7 days or more to draw that conclusion. But the public sector positivity rate, which is the rate that we pay attention to, is based upon the more reliable PCR tests, and that was 25.7%. So of the PCR tests that were done within the public sector, meaning within the public health sector, 25% of those tests, 25.7% of those tests came back positive. So the positivity rate on the more reliable PCR test is still high at 25. It's still below what we were a few weeks ago or even last week, but it is still very high. What we would consider as manageable is 5%. So we are 5 times higher than where we should be. Unfortunately, 682 persons have died due to the pandemic. My sympathies are extended to all Jamaicans who have lost loved ones in this pandemic. Madam Speaker, the graph now being displayed, the blue bars represent the daily number of new confirmed cases of COVID-19. And you can see what has happened since our intervention. The blue bars are decreasing in terms of a trend. The red line represents the 7-day moving average of new cases, which is a more accurate representation than the daily report. And that shows clearly that the cases are decreasing. And the yellow line represents the 7-day moving average of new hospitalizations. You can see that while new hospitalizations are also decreasing, in the last few days we have seen an upturn almost. So we are watching that carefully, but the trend is downwards. Madam Speaker, both lines, that is the 7-day moving average of new cases and the new hospitalizations, are trending downwards, with the number of new cases declining faster than new hospitalizations, as there is usually a lag between onset of symptoms and hospitalizations. Madam Speaker, we're going to change to a new graph now. The graph now displayed shows that our reproductive rate, the R0 as it is called, has been declining since we implemented the tighter measures of a few weeks ago. Our R0 is now at 0.9%. That's below 1%. In order to bring the spike under control, it is critical that we maintain our R0 at below 1, in fact, as close to 0 as we can get it. So the effort of Jamaicans who have voluntarily complied with the measures, those efforts have worked. And I want to commend all well-thinking Jamaicans, whether you are rich or poor, whether you live in an urban area or a rural area, whether you have access to internet or not, whether you are able to participate and articulate on social media or not, all Jamaicans who recognize their civic duty and their personal responsibility to follow the measures, I want to commend them and urge them to continue. At the heart of the democracy, Madam Speaker, it is not the agility of the police force to stop every dance and prosecute everyone who is not wearing a mask. At the heart of the democracy is the reasonable and rational man and woman. And what the pandemic has shown up is we have amongst us persons who peddle unreasonable and irrational ideas. Persons who have a microphone in front of them, some of them who are very influential, who should know better, who have peddled ideas that unsuspecting persons may be misled with. And that is dangerous to our democracy. Madam Speaker, we do not attempt in any way to prevent the free expression of thought. As a citizen of this country, I stand here and defend that. But as a citizen of this country, I also must stand here and defend the full exposition of reasonable and rational positions and ensure that those positions are properly, carefully, and extensively articulated in this country. For too long, Madam Speaker, we have allowed our country to be misled by persons who claim to hold the mantle of reasonableness in the country. And what has happened is that they have misled, in particular, the poor. Madam Speaker, for those persons who are pushing in all forms of media a class war, a social war, the anti-vaccination war. If you get ill today, you go to one of them and tell them, pay the doctor bill for me. You can't find any of them because they push their ideas in anonymity. So, Madam Speaker, we are a free country, and everyone is free to express their thoughts, even if it is unreasonable, as long as it is not pushing sedition or libelous. But we also have a duty in this Parliament, government and opposition, to speak the truth, to defend reason, and to ensure that those among us who may not have access to information or able to contextualize the information, we have to stand in defense of those people. And Madam Speaker, you will note, and I say it for all, that I am not afraid to speak the truth, even if it is uncomfortable to some, because I too have a microphone in front of me. And I, like my friends opposite, face the public every single day. And we know that some of them genuinely don't know and understand. They get all kinds of information coming to them on their phones. They don't know and they don't understand, but they accept it. And so, Madam Speaker, if anyone believes that by dint of the loudness of their voice or their popularity, that they are going to shut up this Prime Minister from telling the country the truth about what we need to do, think again. Think again. There is, Madam Speaker, a truth that must be spoken. Well, it obviously affected you. It obviously affected you. But, Madam Speaker, the R0 is down. And what is that R0? What they call it, the reproductive rate of the virus gives us a good idea of how many persons would be infected in a group of persons if one person in that group is infected. That's the easiest way to describe it. Some of the measures that we have put in place, Madam Speaker, are directly targeted at that R0. So, for example, if one person is infected in a group of 20, Madam Speaker, and the infective rate is, let's say, 2, then we know that that one infected person is likely to have 2 persons infected in that group. Of course, Madam Speaker, the larger the group, the larger the number of persons infected. And so a part of the strategy of the government is to make the group smaller, hence we have the gathering rules. Another strategy we know is that if people are moving about without restriction, then the more movement you have within a group, the more contact that is made within a group, the greater the rate of infection. And so one of the strategies that we put in place, Madam Speaker, is at opportune times, especially times where we would not affect commerce greatly, we restrict movement. And that, Madam Speaker, is what you're seeing here reflecting in a reduction in that estimate of infective reproduction, the R0. There are other measures, Madam Speaker, which will bring that R0 even further without the use of general measures, such as I said earlier, restricting movement, restricting contact. Those measures are wearing your mask. So if you're in a group and you have your mask on, the possibility of infection is reduced. If you're in a group and you maintain social distance, the possibility of infection is reduced. If you're in a group and you touch surfaces or touch persons and you have your hand sanitizers with you and you hand sanitize regularly, the possibility of transmission is reduced. And if we do that all the time, Leader of the Opposition, I'm sure you agree, then that R0 will continue to decline without us needing to put in place the general measures now of limiting your movement and restricting your gathering. And that is a trade-off that the average citizen needs to understand and dispel with the other arguments that somehow we are trying to take away your liberty. We need to dispel that. Nobody's trying to take away your liberty. We're trying to save your life. Wear your mask. Don't take this foolishness, but we're trying to suffocate you. If you can't afford a mask, take a old T-shirt and put it around your nose and mouth. If we put in place a curfew, don't bother spew this nonsense argument that we don't want you to party and enjoy yourself. We're trying to protect you and your grandmother and your brother and your sister. It's the same set of people who complain when they see the video circulating of the hospital overcrowded and people sitting in the hallways. Can't get oxygen. It is as if they have no concern. It is the highest level of selfishness in the society. as the Parliament, must never give succor to those kinds of arguments. We must talk out against that. Because if ever there was a time in this society when we all must be at one, now is the time. So, Madam Speaker,
the Prime Minister's time, I'm sorry to stop you in full flight, but the Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Prime Minister's time be extended sufficiently for him to conclude the statement. May it please the
Question before the House is that the Prime Minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
thank you for reminding me to stick to the script, Madam Speaker. The next graph that will be displayed shows our hospitalization relative to our bed capacity. The blue bars show that while our hospitalizations are showing a decline, and you can see it starting to decline there, the number of persons in hospital is still higher than our bed capacity. So the red line shows our bed capacity, and you see that the government has made concerted effort over time to add new capacity, and you would have seen this week where we have redistributed capacity to ensure that areas that are over capacity have the bed resource to satisfy that capacity. I want to make a point here for the country to understand. The government's policy is not to turn away anyone who is ill. What would happen is that they may be referred to another facility. I am not here telling you that we are providing the best and most convenient treatment that there is. If we are over capacity, what we will be able to provide is the life-saving treatment. And what that means sometimes is that we may have to take away beds from other health demands. So it means that whilst we are treating with the COVID patients, there may be other areas in the health system where we would have to defer, such as elective surgeries and other such things. So when we say we are over capacity, it is not that people are coming up and we are turning them away. It is that other services that are necessary but not critical may have to be deferred. And if we allow that to continue, you are going to, I keep saying parties, and people who go to parties might feel I'm picking on them. But for those of us who do not comply, and by virtue of our behavior, contribute to the spread of the virus, you may not get ill, so you will have no encounter with the hospital system at all. But it doesn't mean that there is not a national emergency. And my job is to stand here and bring that national emergency, which you may not be directly exposed to bring it to you in the form that I'm doing now, so that you can appreciate it and ask you for your understanding and cooperation and compliance. If everyone complies, this government is the first to return us as soon as possible to some form of normalcy. And you would have seen that once our numbers go down, you would see that we have lessened the curfew hours, we have allowed greater movement, people to travel, and then, of course, when the numbers get high, we have to take the measures. And that is because we have adopted a principle of being balanced. We have to allow our livelihoods to go on, but we have to save the lives of every Jamaican. I don't think anyone in this House could disagree with that. And if this House speaks as one voice to the country, then what I see as a potential class, economic status social justice conflict. We could avoid that because it doesn't help in the fight against the pandemic. Because what we are seeing is that every issue that is brought up, persons are trying to cast it in a light of some form of injustice, favoritism, unequal treatment, and we have been very careful. We have not been perfect. And even within our ranks, we have had to have the strong debate about ensuring that whatever we do, social justice is a part of it. So I want to assure every single Jamaican that whatever it is, whether it is the CARE program that we have administered through the Ministry of Finance, whether it is a distribution of care packages, or whether it is the distribution of vaccines, that we have done it in a way that is transparent and fair, and every Jamaican can appreciate that if you stand in line, if you follow the rules, you will not be shafted. That is the essence and indeed the test of the pandemic. Because the test of the pandemic is not how well we manage the health issue. The test of the pandemic is how well we manage the social and economic issues that are associated with it. So, Madam Speaker, the data clearly shows that the tighter measures that were implemented 3 weeks ago have been successful in slowing down the spread of the virus. However, our test positivity rate and our hospitalizations remain too high. As a result, Madam Speaker, the measures implemented 3 weeks ago will be extended for another 3-week period until May 4th, 2021, with the following changes. The curfew hours. Madam Speaker, the weekend lockdowns will be modified for the next 3 weekends. The curfew will begin at 4 p.m. on Saturdays and 2 p.m. on Sundays and end at 5 a.m. the next morning. Let me just repeat that. The weekend lockdowns will be modified, so they're not technically lockdowns anymore, they're just tighter curfew hours. Will be modified for the next 3 weekends. The curfew will begin at 4 p.m. on Saturdays and 2 p.m. on Sundays and end at 5 a.m. the next morning. So for Saturday, April 17th, Sunday, April 18th, Saturday, April the 24th, Sunday, April 25th, and Saturday, May 1, and Sunday, May 2. Those weekends will have the 4 p.m. curfew for Saturday and 2 p.m. for Sunday, ending 5 a.m. the following day. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. For the following. Yeah. The curfew hours for weekdays for the next 3 weeks, Monday to Friday, will remain at 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Ending, of course, 5 a.m. the following morning, until 5 a.m. on May 5th, 2021. We are not going to be closing half day on the Friday, so that no longer obtains. All the other measures remain largely unchanged until May 4th, 2021. Madam Speaker, let me, however, quickly go through some of the measures, noting changes where applicable. The control entry protocols. The existing protocols, including the requirement for all travellers to present a negative COVID-19 test conducted within 3 days of travel, remains in place, as does the requirement to self-quarantine for 14 days after arrival. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that even though incoming travellers would have presented a negative COVID-19 test, they are still required to quarantine. The 14-day quarantine requirement applies even for persons who have been vaccinated. This is something we will be reviewing as we are going to be reviewing this as more scientific data becomes available about the risk of vaccinated persons transmitting the virus to persons who have not been vaccinated. But we'll also be reviewing it as our internal vaccination numbers rise. So we have started actually the review. We have started the internal discussions, and we will pursue that. And hopefully by some point in May, we should be able to say something specific. Madam Speaker, following a review of the situation where several countries are experiencing a spike in COVID-19 cases, in some cases due to variants, the travel ban applicable to the United Kingdom will continue through to April 30th, 2021, at which point it should expire, and we would not be expecting to renew it. I think that's for tourism. And for South America, that is for the countries of Brazil, Chile, Peru, Colombia, Argentina, and Paraguay, the ban is being extended until May 4th, 2021. And of course, we will continue to reassess after that. I just want to say clearly and say very quickly, Madam Speaker, that though we are increasing our vaccinations, new variants can pose a threat. And we have seen in countries in Latin America, in South America specifically, where they have attained high levels of vaccination and are still going through a spike. So we have to be absolutely careful what we are doing here. Madam Speaker, the stay at home for persons aged 60 and over will remain in place until May 4, 2021. Of course, the exemptions and exceptions that have been provided for are noted. Work from home. Madam Speaker, the existing work from home directive in the public sector is being extended until the 4th of May 2021. As a reminder, permanent secretaries and heads of agencies are directed to ensure that only persons who work in critical service delivery and perform job functions that require them to be at the physical location should be at the office. For the private sector, employers should allow all persons who can work from home to do so. Madam Speaker, the gathering limit will remain at 10 persons until May 4th, 2021. Public sector entities are reminded that social events, handing over ceremonies, launches, groundbreakings, opening ceremonies, or any other similar event remain prohibited. Markets. For markets and vending in public arcades and public transportation centres, operating hours will be 1 hour after the end of curfew to 1 hour before the start of curfew. Therefore, when the curfew ends at 5 a.m., markets will open at 6 a.m. When the curfew starts at 8 p.m., markets must close by 7 p.m. On Saturdays, when the curfew starts at 4 p.m., markets should close by 3 p.m. Markets remain closed on Sundays and public holidays. In terms of public transportation, Madam Speaker, they will still be allowed to be on the road 1 hour before and 1 hour after the curfew, but there can be no passengers in the vehicles during those periods. That period of time is to allow the transport operator to leave their home to their pickup point or from their drop-off point to home. Madam Speaker, all persons in PPVs are reminded to wear masks at all times and sanitize before entry and exit of the vehicle. They should ensure that the windows remain open and the ACs are turned off. Also, motor cars that provide public transportation are to have 1 less passenger than is allowed by the license. Schools. Madam Speaker, there should be no face-to-face instruction in all primary and second schools, be they public or independent, until May 4th, 2021. Students are to be instructed using other modalities, and for clarity, please note that this includes students who are to sit exit examinations. However, students are permitted to sit exit examinations at the physical location of the school when those exams are due. Funeral services. Funeral services are permitted during the period ending, let me repeat that, Madam Speaker, I misread. Funeral services are not permitted. I would ask Hansard to strike that. Funeral services are not permitted during the period ending May 4, 2021. Madam Speaker, we understand the emotional strain that this measure is causing, but we have no other option at this time until the situation in our hospitals improve. Burials. The existing restrictions on burials continue until May 4, 2021. Burials will be allowed Mondays to Fridays only during the hours of 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. I must say, Madam Speaker, that I'm sure the Minister of Local Government will give a report, but from what I'm picking up, and this is purely anecdotal, and I'm just sharing it without evidence, but it would appear to be the case generally. I agree. Let me move on. I agree. It's circumstantial. I agree. I will ask the Minister of Local Government at a later stage when he has the official statistics in front of him to report on the progress of this measure. So I agree with you. As a reminder, the time for conducting the burial is limited to 30 minutes, and only 10 mourners will be allowed, and an additional 5 persons can be present who comprise the officiating clergy and the grave diggers and undertakers. Worship services. Madam Speaker, we know the significant hardship that the restrictions on in-person worship service have been causing. There are many persons in Jamaica who rely on their church for fellowship, companionship, counseling, socialization, and for spiritual edification. It's a part of our culture, particularly as we grow older. We need to identify with something that is meaningful, and the church is that element in our society. So we understand the impact it has had. As a result, we have decided to increase the maximum number of persons who may be physically present to facilitate worship or electronic broadcast, including officiating clergy and technical support personnel. We are more than doubling from 12 to 30 effective April 14, 2021. Madam Speaker, we wanted to consider as many as 50, but when we brought that to the health professionals and they explained that the same issue of the reproductive rate, the numbers gathering, and if 1 or 2 persons are infected, then the higher the number of infections and how that could be disastrous. Because the profile of the person attending a congregation or attending a service would have a higher percentage of persons who would be in the vulnerable category, meaning that they are either older or have a comorbidity. And so we have to be, whilst we are trying to strike the balance, trying to allow more persons into the church, we have to still be very careful. So we wanted to give 50, but we're going to start with 30, and we will see how that works out, how it affects the numbers. Given the new curfew hours on the weekend, the previous regime under which a maximum of 12 persons approved by churches using the designated form were allowed to travel during curfew hours will no longer be applicable. So the previous measure where we gave the church the autonomy to determine the 12 persons who will travel to conduct a service or to broadcast a service, that will no longer apply. So we are expecting that the churches will have their services within the curfew, outside of the curfew hours that have been established, meaning from 5 a.m. to 4 p.m. on a Saturday and 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. on a Sunday. Within the non-curfew hours. Weddings, until May 4, 2021, the cap on the number of persons permitted at a marriage ceremony remains at 15. Beaches that are not under organized management and control and rivers will remain closed until May 4, 2021. Zoos, parks, gyms, attractions, and bars are subject to the existing restrictions and must close at designated times until May 4, 2021. Amusement or gaming arcades not licensed under the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act must remain closed until May 4, 2021. Indoor cinemas and establishments that stage theatrical or artistic performances will remain closed until May 4, 2021. The ban on events such as concerts, parties, tailgate parties, round robins will continue in effect until May 4, 2021. Madam Speaker, here I would like to address the entertainment community. Madam Speaker, this government does not see entertainment as only fun. We understand that entertainment is an industry. It is a business for many. And they have invested heavily. They have invested heavily in their business. It is the reality. It is the proven fact that the gatherings that happen at parties are usually the ground zero of spread. And we have tried to find ways within the public health science to accommodate these kinds of events and gatherings. We take note of what other countries have done. We see, I believe it was in New Zealand, where they have put on an event, and we're monitoring that. Indeed, I'm personally looking at what measures they have put in place. I want to say to the entertainment community, now is the time to plan. Now is the time to develop a new strategy for delivering your product. Because when the lockdown over, I don't think you're going to have a hand to manage parties and concerts and just people having fun. So now is the time to plan. And I have already spoken with the minister. She's not in the house at the moment. But it is also the time for the government to plan. Because what we have seen and what is clearly demonstrated is that the entertainment industry has leadership. There are persons there who we have seen demonstrated great leadership. There are persons who have great business acumen. There are persons who understand the industry. And so we have, on the other side, good partners that we can work with and start to plan what the entertainment industry is going to look like after COVID. And even to start to introduce new ways of getting entertainment as we transition out of the pandemic. So I have said to Minister Grange that we need to look at the investments that we need to make. If the Minister of Finance is listening to me keenly. Keenly.
Very much so.
Madam Speaker, places and venues for entertainment in Jamaica are insufficient. Insufficient. And a part of the capital investments that the government will have to make is in those entertainment spaces and locations. Presently, just because of how our city has evolved and our towns have evolved, we haven't designated spaces for entertainment. So you might have a dance hall right, beside a church, a clinic, within residential areas, and, we disturb our neighbors. And that's just the reality of our social existence, and it creates this tension in the society. But what the pandemic has revealed is that we need to reconfigure our society. We need to sit with the stakeholders and say, we can build a new Jamaica, a Jamaica in which your entertainment can be accommodated. And if you want to party from 5 a.m. to 5 a.m. the next day, well, let us find a space for you to do that. But you should not be disturbing the nurse who has to get up at 5 a.m. to go to KPH and work. And it is a conversation that we need to have without anybody saying that we're fighting dancehall or fighting this or fighting that. It needs to be said. And until we reach the level of social maturity, without saying somebody fighting the poor or fighting down this poor man. Nobody not fighting any poor. I am fighting for the poor. Because, Madam Speaker, I come from 56 Cumberland Road in Spanish Town, right above Grassyard Market. Nobody can tell me about living poor. But what I have seen, Madam Speaker, is that those people who should know better have misled the poor by not telling the poor the truth about what they need to know. So, Madam Speaker, when I say here that this government will invest in dancehall, we will invest in the music and we will invest in the halls. And the Attorney General said that she will invest in the dance. And I have proven that in my own constituency, Madam Speaker. Nobody can tell me about dancehall and making the investment to create a hip strip where there is an economy around dancehall. Because what is happening is that dancehall is being hijacked. Other people are taking our music and making more money off it because the people who are carrying the music not seeing the economic value in the music. So we're going to take the time now, which we have already been discussing internally. We understand the hurt and suffering. Many have lost significant resources. So we are going to have to make an allocation. I do plan to call in the leaders of the industry. And I don't know, I am not designating anyone as leader of the industry. We will put out a call. People who want to come are free to come. Those who are established, we will speak to them. But we want to have an engagement because we see our music and our culture as a part of our economic recovery. So we intend to have strong engagement with them. Madam Speaker, to return to my presentation, AGMs and extraordinary general meetings of companies and general and special meetings of cooperative societies, friendly societies, or industrial or provident societies are not to be held until May 4th, 2021, unless the court has authorized a fully virtual meeting. In extenuating circumstances, an application may be made to the Medical Officer of Health to allow a physical gathering to hold these meetings. As you would know, Madam Speaker, ODPEN. Well, it is to ODPEN. Madam Speaker, as you would know, by law, these entities are required to conduct certain meetings, and we don't want the orders to conflict with that. So we have put in place a framework where they can apply to the courts, and in exceptional circumstances apply to ODPEM, or even if they go to the medical officer, they would still come to ODPEM, and usually the exceptions are made. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that notwithstanding a few glitches, the e-commerce national delivery system ENDS pilot has been going well and enabled a number of quick-serve businesses to continue operating during the weekend lockdowns. The pilot, which commenced in Portmore, was expanded to Kingston and St. Andrew and St. James last week. We will make further arrangements for its expansion across the island. We're still working out some of the glitches. We're hearing the complaints, we're hearing the recommendations, and very shortly you should see a full scaling up of the ENDS program. Madam Speaker, the demand has been overwhelming, and we are hoping to further expand the pilot to additional areas by next week. Madam Speaker, again, the ENDS program has proven to be another area where the criticisms of social justice and fighting out the small man was, before we even started, that was the reflex action. Madam Speaker, when I gave the directive for this to be done, the first thing I said to them, this is to be designed so that people can get their pan chicken, whether it is from Olympic Way or from Red Hills Road or in Ligani or Bottom Road in St. James or wherever, so that that economy can continue to operate. It's not designed to leave out anyone. We have designed it with transparency, fairness. Everyone who wants to participate can participate, and we encourage everyone who can to participate in the program. Madam Speaker, our national vaccination program has been ramped up. Yesterday, we had over 25,000 persons who received the vaccine, bringing the total number of persons who have received their first dose of the vaccine as of yesterday to over 100,000 Jamaicans have been vaccinated. Madam Speaker, on Thursday, the 8th of April 2021, the government received 75 doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine from the African Medical Supplies Platform. We were able to secure this batch as a result of the government's tireless effort. In particular, I want to acknowledge the work of Minister Johnson Smith in engaging with our South African counterparts, supported by the NHF. As I had pointed out in my budget presentation, Madam Speaker, I personally want to acknowledge the support of South Africa. I had the opportunity to speak with the President Ramaphosa of South Africa, and he was really very supportive of Jamaica. And he's a friend. He's very supportive, and our efforts have paid off. Vaccines that were previously for that country were redirected here to Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we are aware that the batch of 75,000 vaccines had a very short time to the labelled expiry date of April 13, 2021. Delays due to matters such as shortages of boxes and the delivery and other complications compressed the timeline significantly. And the decision of the Drugs Control Regulator General of India, DCGI, to extend the shelf life of the AstraZeneca vaccine by 3 months also posed the possibility of extended use here if endorsed. That is, if endorsed by the WHO and other regulatory authorities. The government therefore decided to accept the donation and took an ambitious approach to undertaking a mass vaccination campaign over a 4-year period to use as many of the doses as possible. So I'm pleased to report that we have now used up all 75,000 doses. And there is still overwhelming demand. I want to thank the thousands of healthcare workers, the JCF, and the JDF, and all the support staff that have worked around the clock to make this possible. Madam Speaker, let me also thank the MPs and councillors for mobilizing. Madam Speaker, I happen to have gotten a report that the opposition spokesman on finance was a feature at the National Stadium. Someone who did quite a bit of work as a pro-vaccination supporter. Yes, and that is what we need to do in this matter. We need all to be working on the same page for this matter. So, Madam Speaker, this is an example of the agility that is required to manage the pandemic. It is a clear demonstration of what is possible when we all come together towards achieving a common purpose. Madam Speaker, what the pandemic has shown us about our public bureaucracy, and I'm not using bureaucracy now in the negative sense, but in our ability to organize, to deliver service, is that we have the capacity to do it. And it is not that just we have the capacity, we are dexterous. We can do several of these things all at once. We have the capacity to do it. Madam Speaker, make no mistake, the world is looking on. Little Jamaica can do 75,000 doses in 3 days. If we had the vaccines, can you imagine how fast we would have done this thing? In terms of further vaccine supplies, we are expecting within this month 20,000 doses of Moderna through a commercial arrangement, as well as an additional 50,000 doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine through the global COVAX facility. So, Madam Speaker, those persons who we have had to turn away from the vaccination centres today, I sincerely apologize, but I'm very happy that you have come out. I hope that for those who did not register, that you go and register, because that will guarantee your space in the line. When the next 50,000 doses are available and the additional 20,000 that will come, we will go back to distributing them using the regular system of making your appointments, and then we will also plan another blitz program. Madam Speaker, let me just say it, even though we have said it already. The vaccination program and the discipline that the citizen has displayed, I have not had any reports of disorderly and rowdy behavior. What it shows is that if anything is to be distributed, and people have confidence that the distribution will be fair and transparent. Jamaican people, like any other people in any other culture, will stand in line and wait their turn. I'm so proud of how we have responded. The government continues to pursue all avenues, bilateral, multilateral, as well as commercial arrangements with suppliers to obtain further supplies of vaccines. As an example, the African Medical Supplies Platform has finalized a contract with Johnson & Johnson, and the CARICOM member states are included in that, and we continue to work closely with them to finalize these arrangements. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has shown that we have the capacity to mobilize mass vaccination campaigns over a very short time frame. We are therefore calling on the countries that maintain large supplies of vaccines to release a portion of their stock to other countries. And Madam Speaker, we're not asking for them to give us. It is, I think that if countries that hold stocks to the point of their expiration, it would be the greatest tragedy to humanity. It would be a travesty for countries to hold stocks until their expiration. That would be a travesty to mankind. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm calling on countries who have stocks, but by virtue of the take-up rate that they are experiencing, know that they would not be able to utilize those stocks to make them available to countries like Jamaica, countries which have demonstrated that if we get the stock, we're not going to sit down on it, we're going to use it rapidly. And to countries like Jamaica, who are not sitting down waiting on gifts, we have allocated the money in our budget to buy it back. So when you need it, we will order it and return it to you. So, Madam Speaker, I'm saying to those countries that have these supplies, who may not be able to utilize them all before their expiration date because of their take-up rate, to make them available, to loan them to us, and we will place our orders and return to you. But it is important that we all move towards recovery on even keel. It can't be that some people are fully vaccinated and ready to recover and others are still suffering and struggling, can't participate in the recovery. That is not fair in the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it continues to be a source of great distress to see and hear those who refuse to take simple steps to protect themselves and those around them. The government is trying to focus on public education and moral suasion as means to encourage compliance. With our health system now under severe strain, we can no longer tolerate non-compliance. The legal changes necessary to implement a fixed penalty system which allows for enforcement in a safe manner as possible in the pandemic has been passed. The government is now undertaking the various logistical and operational measures required to implement the ticketing system to encourage greater compliance measures. Minister Mackenzie has been asked to lead the cross-ministerial group that will ensure that the ticketing system has a proper digital network and software supporting it across the Ministry of Finance, that's particularly the tax, TAJ, Tax Authority of Jamaica, or Tax Administration of Jamaica rather, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Justice, and the court system, and the Ministry of National Security. So we are not just passing this in law only, we are building, as I like to call it, the bureaucracy to support it, the organization to ensure that when a ticket is issued, it is not just a piece of paper. It means something. Next week, Minister Mackenzie will report to the Cabinet as to the progress on that coordination, and in short order, we should be able to announce to the nation the completion of that network that is needed to ensure that the ticketing system is meaningful. Madam Speaker, with our vaccination program ramping up and the extension of measures to restrict movement and gatherings, we expect to start to see an improvement in our case numbers and a reduction in hospitalizations. But this will be a gradual process, as it will take time for sufficient numbers of Jamaicans to be vaccinated. In the meantime, we all need to exercise personal responsibility by strictly observing the protocol. Our health professionals are doing an excellent job. They are going above and beyond the call of duty to keep us safe. In this blitz, Madam Speaker, we were able to pull health professionals right across the system, which meant that other services they were not able to attend. So we couldn't do the blitz for much longer anyway. So this will give an opportunity for our health professionals to recuperate themselves and to return to their regular duties until we can coordinate for another blitz. Madam Speaker, the sooner we bring the spike under control, the sooner we will be able to lift some of the restrictions and focus on growing our economy. Madam Speaker, business persons have been reaching out to me to say, what is next? They are uncertain as to how to plan for the future. They want to know whether or not we're going to reduce the curfew hours, meaning lift the hours from 8 p.m. to maybe later, 10 or so. In terms of your planning, I would say to you that it is all based on the results. So the quicker we have results where we are below that red line, the blue is below the red line, then the quicker it is that we'll be able to reduce the restrictions. My best estimate is that as we have programmed in the documents I've just read from here, which would be the 4th of May, would be the expiration of the new orders. I'm expecting that at around that time we should be seeing some improvement that would justify a relaxation of the measures. So I would advise you within your plans to work with that time frame. In terms of the other measures that would affect, such as the payments under the CARE program and so forth, the Minister of Finance will brief you, but I know that those things are in progress in work. They are working on those. Madam Speaker, in terms of what we have all agreed to under the COVID-19 task force, the recovery, those things are, Madam Speaker, in progress. And I wish to assure our partners in the private sector who participated and worked very hard on these, that the government is pursuing those. And you will be getting regular reports from the various ministers who are involved about the various investment projects. For example, one of them that we pay great attention to, I'm expecting that Minister Vaz will be able to give some report as to where we are with the broadband network, the backbone, which is very important to the reconfiguration of our society. You would have heard presented already the plans for our capital investment program, and that is going apace. So I would say to the business community that The government is working assiduously to ensure that we have a quick and strong recovery. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank and commend them for their patience, because it has also been a rough period of time for many business persons. And the pandemic is threatening for many of them to probably close their businesses permanently. But I give them the assurance that we're not going to keep measures longer than we need to. And the more compliance there is, the quicker the possibility of us loosening, relaxing, changing the measures to ensure that livelihoods can go ahead. So, Madam Speaker, with those words, I thank you for listening, and I thank members for your patience.
Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I thank you for your update on what's happening in the world of COVID in Jamaica, and I want to join with you in expressing our gratitude as parliamentarians for the superlative efforts made by our health professionals and other professionals who have supported them over the past weekend and extended, and of course for months, but in particular, given what happened over the last few days. Many of them really had to pull out all the stops to ensure some amount of order and discipline in the process of vaccination at the various centers, and we are grateful to them for that. I also want to join with you in your remarks in relation to those countries, wealthier countries, that have either surplus stocks of vaccine beyond their needs or expiring stocks of vaccine. It is indeed the heights of unfairness and inimical to man's duty to man within the family of mankind for any country to hang on to surplus stocks or expiring stocks when there are other countries that are prepared to borrow them and use them and return them in due course at no cost to the country making the loan of the vaccines. And this is an issue that doesn't just impact us here in Jamaica, it impacts many countries across the world, so-called developing countries and so on. And it's a travesty, really, that the international community hasn't come together and found a solution to this. We know that there have been some instances where some countries have benefited from loans, but they're too few and far between. And when I'm talking about loans of vaccines, not financial loans. So, Prime Minister, I would just urge you to continue with that advocacy, because I think it's tremendously important that that voice be heard on the world stage. Prime Minister, I note some of the data that you have put forward today in relation to the progress being made in the fight against the pandemic. We are very concerned, of course, with the uptick of hospitalizations that the graph shows in the most recent days. We also note that we see daily data indicating that when you compare PCR tests, the positivity rate is much higher than the 10+%. It's over 25%, I think, the most recent one, which was published today. And that is the comparison which we have been tracking since the pandemic began. So it's still very concerning. And it begs the question as to whether the strategy is in fact effective or not. Because when hospitalizations are going back up after 3 successive weeks of lockdown, or weekends of lockdown, and the positivity rate, as reflected in the PCR tests, which are the gold standard, is also much, much higher than is indicative of a trend in the right direction, it does raise cause for concern. But, Prime Minister, in your presentation, you repeatedly alluded to a feeling, I think, that you are being unfairly criticized, perhaps, for appearing to be insufficiently caring of the small man, that the narrative out there is dividing the society, and that should be avoided, and so on. But the truth is, Prime Minister, that the way in which the measures, the lockdown measures in particular, impacts different sectors of the society, different communities within the society, is not the same across the board. For those of us who have good stocks of food, have reserves, financial reserves that we can rely on, savings, and so on, we can ride it through. But for many, many Jamaicans, that is not the case. They live day to day, and a lot of people hustle to survive. And the lockdowns have a real negative impact on their ability to earn income, disproportionately so. And that means that if we are proceeding with a policy of lockdowns to manage the pandemic, we must put the resources in place to allow those people to survive. And that was a point we made throughout the budget presentation, that the measures put in place in the budget for supporting the most vulnerable were inadequate. And that is really exacerbated at a time like this, where not only are people confronted with the economic downturn, but that is exacerbated, that is made worse by the impact of successive weekends of lockdowns on those persons who are accustomed to being able to move around and do whatever it is they do to earn a bread. So, Prime Minister, if we're going to continue with this policy of lockdowns in order to try and fight this pandemic, I'd ask for two things. First of all, a real acute analysis showing to what extent it is working or not. And secondly, for the adequate measures to be put in place during the lockdown period to allow people, those who are most vulnerable, to survive. The $2 million that was spoken to by the Minister of Finance, which was supposed to tide people through the lockdown, I don't think many of us have been able to access that. Certainly not until the very end. Some of us may have been able to trust goods from suppliers on behalf of our constituents and do some distribution. But in any event, in the context of a constituency with over 30,000 residents, when you're talking about a $2 million allocation, the amount of beneficiaries that can actually meaningfully touch is a fraction of the whole. So we really need much more to be done if we're going to continue to impose lockdowns on persons. We have to do it in a caring way. We have to do it in a way which is culturally sensitive to the realities on the ground of how people live in less well-off communities. And we can't just bemoan the fact that those kind of arguments are being made out there. They're being made out there for a reason. Who feels it knows it, Prime Minister. And people feel it right now and expect more from us. So, Prime Minister, I would just urge the government to approach this with a little more care in terms of how this is impacting ordinary people and pull out the stops to ensure that more is done to ease the plight of those who are hungry, those who are feeling a pinch at a time when we're telling them they can't move around, they can't gather, etc., because of the pandemic, because of COVID. And, remarks that suggest that it is their fault because they're not wearing masks and so on, that really touches a raw nerve, Prime Minister. And I think it's an unwise approach to communicating with the population because they feel, justifiably in my view, that that is not a fair and balanced analysis at all. Yes. Prime Minister, I think also,
Members,
thank you, Madam Speaker.
please.
I know they get agitated when they don't hear things that they'd like to hear, so I appreciate the protection. Prime Minister, this, at a time when the pandemic is still so dominant in our daily lives, in our economy and so on, we have our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent who are not only coping with that, but are coping with this volcanic eruption, which is devastating their country now. And not only their country, because the wind has blown the profusion of ash, volcanic ash. Barbados is inundated with it. They've had to close their international airport. I read this afternoon, I think, that the Antigua and Barbuda are also expecting to be impacted by it. I know that you reached out to Prime Minister Gonzalez, and I would just urge Jamaica to do whatever it can to assist them in their time of need. And perhaps we shouldn't wait for them to identify specifically what they need, because we know, for example, their water supply is compromised, and they're relying on bottled water and so on. And so the stocks of that type of thing are going to be very, very necessary. So anything that can be done should be done to help them in this time of need. And, we're all part of the family of CARICOM, and I know that you will do your best for them, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I am sure the opposition spokesperson on health will have some things to say about the measures that have been announced. I welcome the modification of the lockdown for the coming 3 weekends. I think that to the extent that people will not be required to stay home all day, but will be able to go out on Saturday and Sunday and do what they have to do, albeit in constrained hours. I believe you announced 4 p.m. for Saturday, 2 p.m. for Sunday. That's definitely an improvement. And, I endorse that, Prime Minister. So the key message really is, as we move forward, let us ensure that we are taking decisions around strategy and tactics for dealing with the pandemic on the basis of actual real data, and that we don't just feel wedded to measures if measures are not, in fact, producing the results that we are hoping for, especially when those measures have so many other adverse consequences. And secondly, let us try to do more for those who are feeling the effects of the measures most acutely, and to ensure that they can survive this with a reasonable level of comfort and with some food in their bellies, rather than facing the bitterness of hunger and despair through the successive weekends of being able to do what they do to earn a living. Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition indicated the commendations to the healthcare workers. And, I would not be standing here if I were not doing in like mind in a similar way to express the appreciation of the entire country to the way that they have handled it. And I got myself in a little trouble some time ago without expressing our commendations to the team from the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. So I want to put it on the record now, although the Minister is not hearing me just now. And Prime Minister, you mentioned about the vaccine program. I'm very happy that all 75,000 vaccines have been utilized before the expiry date. No, I'm happy because the reality is that, and why I say that, because I had strong objections to any utilization after, if any were left over, in spite of the fact that the CMO had made remarks in the public space that they were seeking some advisory from the World Health Organization as well as AstraZeneca as to the effectiveness of the vaccines after that date. But having said that, Prime Minister, I think it would have been a better prepared position had the government indicated to the country upfront from day one that this gift of vaccines from South Africa under the African Medical Supply Platform was expiring a particular period of time. And I know whatever decisions you took, I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but the reality is that I think it would have been better in terms of confidence in the system for persons to have been told that. You mentioned about the number of 120,000 persons vaccinated so far, I think. Over 120,000. Over 100. All right. We have 75 that were vaccinated over the Blitz period, 75,000. And up to the April 7th, the Ministry of Health reported that 47,700 had been vaccinated. So we're looking at about 125 thereabouts now. Now, today. Okay. So the question I'm asking is that are the supplies, total number of vaccines in country depleted? Because we got 50,000 from India as a gift, 14,000 plus from under the first shipment from COVAX, and 75,000 under the African Medical Supply Platform. We have utilized the 75,000. We have that amount. So we probably just have about 10,000 in country left. I know you did maths, but you're counting wrong just now, right? The question I want to ask, Prime Minister, and you did not indicate just what was the next step in terms of the vaccination. We have been told by the public health people that the program at the health centers will continue, and that will continue until either it runs out or, and I'm asking, or we get new supplies in sometime this month. Prime Minister, the other concern I have is with the graphs that you have presented. And what we have seen over the past couple of weeks is that, yes, we have seen and we have been told by the professionals that a weekly or a 7-day positivity rate is a better index of where we're going. Now, you alluded to the fact that we are starting to see results already, but the true picture will not emerge until about another week to 2 weeks' time in terms of what the measures that were initiated 3 weekends ago will produce. But what we have seen that the 7-day positivity rate has not really changed over the past two 7-day cycles. They are still around 27.5%, and the week before that was 25%, and then before that it was about 30, in the 30s. So we are seeing, but it has been settling at the 27%. But as I have just indicated, and I think you are agreed that the true picture will emerge in another 2 weeks or so, whether the measures have been effective. You mentioned about the RO, the rate as well. And one of the things that does affect the RO rate, is the emergence of the variants that we have been having. And you spoke passionately some weeks ago, Prime Minister, about the procurement and looking at procuring one of the gene sequencing machines for the country. I'd like to know where we are in respect of that. And secondly, where are we in terms of identifying the number of variants in this country? Because if we do not have an appreciation of it and to what extent it is out there, we may, and I'm just saying this for academic purposes, not being able to vaccinate appropriately for what exists out there. We do know that the British variant is in Jamaica, as per the information from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. But to what extent it is here, it's also a matter that the country needs to know. And we know that the country has been waiting on Curfew to send the results of 50 samples that were sent some time ago, but we have not received those. And I would want to know whether, as was promised by you, Prime Minister, some time ago, that measures or efforts were looking at engaging private laboratories in the United States to see whether the country could engage them in doing private testing for gene sequencing, whether that has borne any fruit, and whether the country can be apprised of that particular interest there. Prime Minister, what we have noticed, though, and it is a cause for concern, is even though we are seeing by your graphs that the hospitalization rates are going down, but there is a slight uptick occasionally, that the positivity rate, as you have indicated, is going down, and that's a good sign, that the RO rate is 0.9 now. What we are seeing, and it is also something that we need to look at, is that the number of deaths from COVID have been increasing. The number of deaths over the 7-day period, if you look at them, Prime Minister, you will see that in the past 7 days we had 51 deaths. In the 7-day period before that, we had 26, and that was basically during the Easter week to the weekend, and some of the deaths were recorded the following week. So we had 26 then, but we had 42 the week before, 37 the week before that, 31 the week before that, 25 and 26 going back. And what we are seeing, based on those figures, that the deaths are increasing. So the matter that should be before us is that in a holistic way, are we seeing a proper picture of what is happening? Because if we are seeing that the positivity rate is going down, we are seeing that the RO rate estimated, as was put on your graph, is going down, but the death rate is increasing, then certainly it means that something is off. Something is not right. And we need to ascertain what is causing the increased death rates, because it is a function of what happens in the hospitals. And despite the fact that we are seeing that the numbers in the hospital are hovering just between the late 300s to just early 400s, when they were in excess of 400, almost 500 some weeks ago, we're still seeing increased death rates. So it is something that the clinicians, the scientists need to advise us on as a country what is happening there. And it also speaks, Prime Minister, to treatment options. And I would want for the scientific team that advises the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and by extension the government, to have a re-look at the whole usage of ivermectin, Prime Minister. I've asked the Minister of Health about it. The medical team at the ministry has had their concerns about it. But we have been seeing from all over the globe that countries who are in a similar position to us, who may have it worse than us, are utilizing this particular drug with some amount of success. The WHO, the National Institute of Health, has reversed their position from totally being against it to neither being or for it. WHO has said that there's insufficient evidence and they can't give us guidelines. But Prime Minister, let me say something. We cannot always be wedded to WHO, because we have recognized that in the past they have taken too long sometimes to institute some measures. And, you know, Prime Minister, we have a problem in this country that we choose to say what WHO says, and in another instance, we don't. Because WHO and you and I have been having this running conversation about testing. WHO said that we should...
Member, your time expired a long time. I'm allowing you to finish, but I'm just letting you know, because the matter is important. Listen, and we value your input.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, WHO, Prime Minister, has indicated that one of the hallmarks of this fight in this pandemic is testing, contact tracing, and we are aware of the constraints of the country. But testing, and what we have seen by the data so far, and Prime Minister, you have an aversion to testing, right? You have, because you have said that it reaches a point where we no longer need to test and you're not getting any more result than what the test will show. But we have not reached that point yet, right? And we need to continue to test so that we can properly contact trace, so that we can arrest the thing in an earlier manner. And the Minister of National Security, who's sitting to your right, will tell you that that is the direction in which we ought to go. So, Prime Minister, we need, back to the point I'm making, to have a relook at ivermectin, right? If we don't, and when we finally do, the cost that is going to cost this country to get it going to be exorbitant, because other countries are buying up. Supply and demand is increasing the prices, and we may yet reach a point, or we may finally reach a point where there's acceptance, and we can't get any. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, all of us in here have acknowledged the work of the healthcare professionals, particularly our doctors or nurses, over the last 3 weekends and certainly over the last year. On the weekend, I had to raise the issue of workers at the Southeast Regional Health Authority whose personal deductions have not been paid over by the government. I wanted an update as to when those deductions would be paid over, because these are loans that persons would have taken out. They would be incurring penalties and other fees. And we heard nurses were arrested because they were actually going to take strike action as a result of this. So one, just to find out when these obligations are going to be settled. Secondly, whether the situation which exists at the Southeast Regional Health Authority, whether it exists in other regional health authorities throughout the country. And then finally, what the status of the payment to suppliers within the Ministry of Health. The last time we heard, there was about $6 billion owed to suppliers. The Minister of Finance had said he was allocating $2 billion. I don't know if that money has already been paid, but those suppliers have been reaching out. They're not going to say anything publicly, but they are struggling. They are small businesses. They provide janitorial services. They provide the bleach and the other things that the hospital, the sanitizers, etc. They need to be paid so that their businesses can stay afloat. The second set of questions relate to sports. One, the ISA still has not heard whether champs is going to be allowed or not. Now, and I think there has to be a definitive decision one way or another on that, so that, well, if it's no, then just say no so that people can plan. Secondly, and the member who you're talking to will relate to this, the status of football, which is not just a sporting activity, but it has economic implications for a broad cross-section of young men and their families who depend on it. And again, there hasn't been definitive clarity as to where things are going to go in those two areas. So I would ask, I know the minister isn't here, but if you could indicate, and champs, yes, what the status of both of those are. Thank you.
Prime Minister, Prime Minister, you know my more than passing interest in things logistics, and I'd want to address my remarks, my question to the program ends, which at its rollout, I thought, and still do largely, that it's a very interesting and timely initiative. As you've indicated, there have been, as part of the pilot program, there have been a number of lessons learned and a number of adjustments that are being assessed now to take into account. The question I have, Prime Minister, is, one, I've been trying to figure out where is the locus of this project. At one stage, I hear the comments in the public space, I hear coming from the Ministry of National Security, in fact, largely around the Ministry of National Security, and yet the project is really well in the realm of the industry, the delivery industry, particularly the last mile logistics sector. So the question is, one, the concerns that I have heard coming from a range of concerns, but the ones I think are really important are the issues around quality control, and the issues around the sustainability of the program. My understanding is that, well, when it was launched, it was a joint program between the private sector and the government. Again, I understand it is in transition because it's never intended to be housed in the PSOJ, but to find a home. Now, so the question really is this an initiative for the period, for the COVID period? And if not, then what is the thinking going forward as to how that is going to be transitioned? Because you're really going into an end of the market that has drawn a lot of investor interest and competition. And therefore, if it's going to be sustained or sustainable, then I believe that how it is transitioned, I think requires critical consideration.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I want to add, before I ask the two questions that I have, my own words to those who really have been going all out to make sure that our country is safe and that our people are safe. Mr. Prime Minister, you spoke about, well, in all that you said, I was not sure I heard what was going to be done differently in terms of our ministries, departments, and agencies, transport centers, and so on, that we have been noticing as being centers for real potential spread, just given the numbers of persons that are there. And I ask that question against the background. I did see on social media your attempt to place in context the comments you made about corner shop and those who go buy them 2 pounds of sugar and big jilla oil. But I want to say also, Prime Minister, as a representative for Southwest St. Andrew, neighboring you, so you and I know very well the individuals that we depend on and that we are here to represent. How it came across when it was said, Prime Minister, didn't go down well. We have placed it in context, and therefore there is a certain understanding around that. But I would like to say to you that you need to consider how you frame the argument. I think, and you know, Madam Speaker, can I tell you, I find it distasteful in this Parliament that whenever an individual gets up to make a statement or express an opinion that the government side does not agree with, there are all these sorts of vocious comments and other things that makes it seem as if some of us are here representing people and others are here by some grace. And I want to say that it is not acceptable. You express your opinion by asking Madam Speaker for permission and getting up and saying it. And I really say it because I'm tired of it in Parliament. And it is, in fact, and it...
Members, if the member is speaking and she's addressing a certain matter, I do agree. All of us as members are and must be allowed to make their contribution to Parliament. Please, I ask us all to respect that. Go ahead.
I appreciate very much your comments, Madam Speaker, and I am extremely grateful for them at this time. So that was those were two issues that I raised for you to respond to. The next has to do with, in what you said, you spoke about the hours for school, the protocols for schools and for education. I have been thank you, Jesus. I have been listening to you, Mr. Prime Minister, as it relates to education. And you would know that I am extremely concerned about our pre-primary and our basic schools. And I still believe that we are not doing enough by them. And I believe that it is time for us to look at what is happening to them, what they should be doing. And I am contending that they should be in those institutions where they are able to socialize with other infants, because we already know in terms of the propensity of them, yes, what the science says about that age group and COVID. But when we look at what we are losing and what they are losing, that learning to care and to find and express compassion, to see the good in what is around them, we might fool ourselves, Mr. Prime Minister, that by saying they should stay home, we are doing good. But the truth is that many of them are out on the road under no supervision whatsoever. Many of them are actually in, quite frankly, more danger than before. And so I'm asking for us to begin to look at that and what we do differently. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the members for their questions. I'm going to try to be quick in answering because there are other matters on the agenda. Madam Speaker, let me start with my sister and neighbour, Southwest St. Andrew, which borders West Central St. Andrew, and we get on very well as neighbours sharing that border. And I would agree with you that we may have to take a special and distinct approach with early childhood education. We may very well have to do that. The Minister of Education is coming to the Cabinet. Is it next week you're coming? Or? To remember, in my budget presentation, I had asked for a report on learning loss. So that should come to us. Hopefully we could get that report next week. And from that, we would start to take certain actions as it relates to mitigating the learning loss in education. And I'm very sympathetic with the position that we may have to treat with early childhood institutions in very much the same way as we treat with daycare centers, which we now allow under some very strong protocols to operate. Because I fear that we are doing almost irreparable damage to that age group. And as I move along the list of questions that you have raised, though I did not specifically say that the implementation of a meaningful ticketing system, that means the legislation supported by a bureaucracy, which would include a digital network and a linked up ministry to actually ensure that when a ticket is issued, it means something, you have to pay it, otherwise there is a consequence, a warrant could follow for your arrest. That is what we would be relying on in addition to moral suasion and public education, that we will have to, in public places, enforce the law, yes, with great discretion, with great understanding, with giving persons a warning, but at some point in time, we will have to enforce. That really is the next step. And we have debated it extensively in the society and in this House, that without enforcement, moral suasion and public education is not always going to work. So we now have an additional tool with a fixed penalty system, that is a ticketing system, and that I'm certain will give us a higher level of compliance. As it relates to my comments that have been variously misrepresented in the public domain, Madam Speaker, there's always a risk to a public figure when you make a statement. I have that risk, the leader of the opposition has that risk, my sister from South West St. Andrew has that risk. My statement, which was published in part, and in that part publishing could very well lead to misrepresentation, misunderstanding. But when published in its full context, people would see the full meaning and intent of the statement. Madam Speaker, I am in no way perturbed by that. It is what I call the exigencies of political life. It's just part of the risk you face. You have to be strong enough in yourself to get up and say, no, stop. This is not what I said. And this is what I have said. And it also depends on a fair and free press, that if you are misquoted or misinterpreted, you are given the opportunity to explain yourself. It depends on rational and reasonable persons, that if you were confronted with one piece of information and you formed another opinion, when confronted with new and better and clearer information, then your position ought to change. Madam Speaker, we hope. Madam Speaker, my comments were in no way meant to disparage or blame any particular group, which is why I started my comments today not wanting to address the issues specifically, but to address the general concern in the society. As I've said, and you will agree with me, I'm sure, that managing the pandemic has also meant managing the social justice issues in the country. And it is not just for Jamaica. You will see other countries that are struggling with it as their populations in various ways have civil disobedience and take sometimes riotous actions in the street. It is something that we have to be very careful of. My comments going to the Leader of the Opposition now, it's not that I'm in any way feeling that I'm unfavorably treated. That's par for the course. You take up the papers any day and you will see that. That's either here or there. What I'm worried about, Leader of the Opposition, is that there might be persons who will take this underlying social discontent and try to use it for purposes that might be selfish or an ulterior motive, or just to create a situation of anarchy. We know this. It doesn't have to be political. People can have all kinds of reasons to try and weaken, not this government, but to weaken government. And we have to be careful of that. Madam Speaker, I've never come to this Parliament and say that there are actors in our society that will take the first sign of weakness, the first opportunity to undermine law and order for various benefits. We pay close attention, Madam Speaker, because it is part of the security management of the country. Madam Speaker, just the Minister of National Security will speak, but I will say that we take every threat seriously. We don't look at a threat of someone picking up the phone and calling a police station to tell them they must release somebody or they will be killed. We don't take that threat lightly. For many years, Madam Speaker, we have taken a very unsophisticated approach to national security, where someone to pay attention to that. That is just man make mischief. Madam Speaker, in today's world, we cannot take that approach. We cannot take that approach. And therefore, I pay close attention to the security threats, which could also come from the issues of social injustice that exist in the society. The Leader of the Opposition and the Opposition spokesman on finance, both in their presentations, raised the issue of inequality in the society. I too addressed it, the Minister of Finance addressed it. Inequality is real in this society. There's no debate amongst us regarding that. We are agreed. It is the inequality is also dangerous, because it is the kind of inequality, Madam Speaker, where you have an inner city community here, and just across the road, there is a community with palaces. It's the juxtaposition is real. The deprivation is real. And we are seeing, Madam Speaker, greater alienation happening in the society. What has really kept the society together is that we all can meet at sometimes it's a dance hall, or we meet in schools, so we do have the elements to keep the society together, but the elements to pull the society apart is still there. And so I'm very careful and very sensitive for persons who would try during the pandemic to push those buttons. And so we have to be very careful. So I take what you have said, and I am very, very sensitive. But I also wanted to address a comment by the leader of the opposition. Now, when we do the lockdowns, we are very careful to allow persons to be able to go about their business, though there might be restrictions. So we allow shopping time and movement times. I personally, we have said to the Minister of Finance, whenever we're going to allow a lockdown, we have to get the resources out. Unfortunately, it is the bureaucracy, as is, the Minister of Finance can't announce tomorrow and you get announce today and you get the check tomorrow. You well know that that is not possible, and we really tried, but we were not able to. I know members of Parliament have mobilized as they can. I know members on that side would have mobilized. I mobilized. We did what we could. But we must never give any kind of credence to the opinion, to the view that the government did not try or the government did not make a provision. The government is making provision. I understand the argument that is being made that in crafting our response in the budget, that we should spend more on the social support. And I've heard the arguments made by eminent professors from the university and so forth. And it is an argument which we have considered. We have sat down and discussed it. But Leader of the Opposition, I don't want an argument to be carried that disconnects the consequence of actions. So the argument to say people are suffering and they must be able to go about their business must also be connected to people will suffer if they go about their business and do not observe the protocols. We keep doing this whenever we have an issue of poverty. We all say we are jumping on the side of the poor and say, see it, we're fighting against the poor. But not saying to the poor that if you are poor and you get ill, you are likely not to get the best treatment in the hospitals because the resources aren't there. We have to say it to them. We can't, as a parliament, keep doing what we have done for the last 40 years, as if to say, if you are poor, you bear no responsibility. Madam Speaker, you can't say you love the poor and you don't encourage the poor to do better. And I will never, Madam Speaker, in any way shirk from my responsibility. Because I don't talk about poverty from reading about it in a book. Madam Speaker, I don't wear it as a badge either. But it really hurts me deeply inside when we behave as if the poor bears no responsibility for themselves. As if the poor does not have agency. That if they decide to change, their circumstances won't change. So if you are going to the corner shop to buy whatever it is you're going to buy, The leader of the opposition came and listed all kind of things in the basket where he never even know. If you're going there to buy the basket, wear your mask. If you go there and you have to the corner shops, you have to go and sometimes knock on the counter. Just step back, make the other person go. Say, all right, when you're done, then you go. That's a simple thing. We're not asking anything that is, out of the way. And if you are an uptowner and you have to go to the big supermarkets and so, wear your mask. Don't, if you have to stand in line, which I know that during the lockdown there was some, lining up, make sure you maintain your 6 feet apart. Those people have a responsibility as well. But I like to talk to the poor because I know that the consequences of not following the protocol is harder on them. Harder on them. So don't feel like I'm picking on you. It's because I love you and I don't want nothing to happen to you. Madam Speaker, very important point raised about the increasing death rates. And I can't here tell you, as I have been advised, that I should not bring speculative matters to this House.
Highest court. Highest court.
So when I'm going to raise this with the epidemiologist to get some explanation as to what could have happened, why we're seeing higher death rates. But clearly, you can say that once compliance falls and hospitalization increases, then the percentage of persons who will experience a fatal event will increase, particularly if the persons who are being affected are of the profile of the population that is vulnerable. And it is as we move through this pandemic, the science is becoming clearer, the statistics becoming clearer, and so people can know that their actions lead to a certain effect. And that's just the reality of it, that when we are not compliant, it will lead to an increase in the death rate. Madam Speaker, in terms of ivermectin, I rarely share personal opinions, but I do believe highest court. But I'm sympathetic to it. But Madam Speaker, it is not my understanding, and this matter has been raised in the Cabinet, it has been raised in other discussions, and I'm certain it has been raised in the Parliamentary Committee. And what I've been told is that persons who would want to use the drug and are importing the drug, that they should apply. I am told that persons have applied and they haven't gotten a response. That is something I'm looking into. But what I've been told is that if that approval can be given if they want to use the drug. So those who are convinced by it should approach the relevant authority in the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, the question of the gene sequencing machine, we have sourced and we are now in the process of procuring. It's about $40 million. So as soon as the procurement is over, that can take some time, but I don't expect it to be extended. So it should be here hopefully within a few weeks from now. Madam Speaker, the question of the positivity rate, that one continues to be our greatest challenge. We really should have been at 5%. At 25%, it is very high. I would say, however, and you being the medical professional would understand that once we are in community spread, you're going to have a high rate of positivity. And Jamaica should bear in mind that we are in community spread. And what that means is that anyone you interact with is likely to have been exposed to the virus. That's what it means. So in your interaction, you should treat everyone as potentially having the virus. And if you were to take the positivity rate as your guide, then you would say if you interacted with, with 10 persons, right, a quarter of that number would possibly have the virus. So that's how you would treat it. So in a crowd of 10, you would want to be, very, very, very conscious that 2 or 3 persons in that crowd may possibly have it, and that you would treat as your minimum. Madam Speaker, in terms of the ENDS project, the government's interest in the project is to just support it and get it up and running, and then to support it, but to have it transitioned, because ultimately it should become a private sector project. I know there are concerns about the payment platforms that are on it, but it is designed to have all payment platforms participate, and we encourage everyone who has a payment platform that is approved by the regulatory authorities to get on board. You're right, the quality assurance is key, which is why we have gone through this registration process to make sure that the persons who are selling on the platform and the persons who are delivering on the platform maintain the highest quality and certainty for the consumer. So the government is working on that. As I've said, it's a very complicated project, lots of moving parts to get people to comply, but I believe that this will be a long-lasting benefit for the reconfigured society, now having a delivery economy. The delivery economy is very important to the digital economy. So yes, it is to help movement within curfew hours so that people can conduct commerce within curfew hours, but it is also to give strong support to the digital economy, because if you don't have to go to the shop to physically conduct a transaction and you do it at home, then there has to be a way for the product you have purchased to get to you. So the delivery economy is very, very important. And the delivery economy, Madam Speaker, will eventually morph into what we call the fulfillment economy. And that is where Jamaica really needs to be, because we have the logistics base on which we can build the fulfillment base, meaning that we can pre-position goods here to deliver all around the world to fulfill orders and transactions and so forth. And so it will evolve. So consider this embryonic, but it will evolve. Madam Speaker, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oh, sorry, before I go to that, the member from Southeast St. Andrew had raised issues about payments, deductions. I'm not able to answer those questions now, but I have asked for a response, and I will submit them to you directly, and in Parliament, if we have an opportunity, I'll ask the Minister of Health to respond to you when he does make a statement. Madam Speaker, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oh, right. So I spoken to the Minister of Local Government. Minister of Sports isn't here. In terms of the Premier League, those discussions are ongoing. I believe you met with them yesterday, or was it yesterday? Oh, yeah. So that is ongoing. They will come up with a response very shortly. And in terms of the track and field, you have met with them already, Minister? So those discussions are ongoing. I'm not a part of those discussions, but they are ongoing. Since you have raised it, I'll get a further brief and have the Minister brief the House as to where we are. It would be nice if we were able to have, at least one event, but again, let's see how that could be accommodated if possible. Madam Speaker, in terms of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I had occasion to speak with Comrade Gonzalez. Madam Speaker, our friends opposite met that comment with glee. But I can genuinely call him that because he's my good friend. He's my very good friend. And we had a long conversation about the situation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we offered Jamaica's support. So the JDF is on standby with our disaster assistance response team, the DART, as we have sent right across the Caribbean when emergencies like this happen. So they are actually planning the logistics of whatever support would be required in terms of supply, security, whatever it is that would be needed. So we are on standby waiting for an indication as to whether or not it would be necessary for the DART to be deployed. The ODPEM has been mobilized. They are in touch with the authorities in the Eastern Caribbean and directly with St. Vincent. And we are putting together. Right, and they have opened a bank account. If you could scribble the details of it. So they have opened a bank account for Jamaicans who would want to contribute to the cause. The World Tourism Organization and other tourism interests are meeting with Prime Minister Gonzalez tomorrow. The World Minister of Tourism, Minister Bartlett, will be leading. So, account number 212-387-304, that is NCB, Oxford Place branch, 212-387-304. That's the account number that has been opened for support relief for our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The government of Jamaica will be considering what cash support we can give, but we will be giving supplies to them as well. And as I said, the JDF is mobilized and ready to go. I did offer to Prime Minister Gonzalez that if he found it useful, that we could take some students for him as well, and we would have to make special arrangements for that. So Jamaica, Madam Speaker, will play its part in ensuring that our Caribbean family is supported in time of need.
Members, may I invite the member from St. Anne's Southeast to make a contribution?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. It's very clear to those of us who are of a particular generation that in moments of crisis, particularly those that Mother Nature moves with fury, that it is very unnerving. And I think some of us have sat in this house and were here when we saw the earthquake in Haiti. And I really want to put on record how gratifying it is to see in moments of tremendous turmoil, when people's lives are being upheaved this way, how our regionalism and solidarity has kicked in. And I want to thank members of CARICOM, our Prime Minister and the government. I too spoke with Prime Minister Gonzalez, so did the leader of the opposition. And for small island developing states who experience significant dramatic situations, whether it is hurricane, earthquake, and now we see a volcano, we must not lose sight of the fact that that island could be completely wiped out physically. And as the daily explosions continue, we might be disconnected geographically, but somewhere in our consciousness we must remember how dislocated people are without water, the ash, people's houses are crumbling, and you just never know what else can be triggered. So on that note, I really want to signal, and the Prime Minister said it, members and colleagues said it, that as we also call on the world to desist from vaccine nationalism and practice more vaccine diplomacy, that we use our country as a catalyst to perhaps lead a new kind of generation of humanity in the world. Let them see Jamaica moving in a way to help our brothers and sisters. And to say, at this point, all of us are not infallible. Fortunately, we have not had the kinds of experiences physically that we have seen our brothers and sisters across the region have. And say to the Prime Minister that in his quest for more policy dealing with climate change, especially at the UN, that perhaps this needs to be an urgent and even more urgent priority for us to look at what we're going through in terms of drought, in terms of other things that could lead to catastrophes. Because apart from COVID, this is a very, very thick, emotionally frustrating period, not only for the world, but now we see in the region. And I just want to implore on all of us to extol virtues of compassion as we go forward, and to pray for our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you.
Members, questions and answers to questions? Huh?
Madam Speaker, I've asked the Prime Minister a question for many weeks, and I'm just wanting to ascertain when will those questions be answered.
There is a matter of procedural housekeeping here, because the time having passed, time for question and answer, we'll have to seek permission for a recommittal of the matter question and answer so as to allow for this to be done.
Thank you
so
very much,
So may it please you,
Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
May I ask for the suspension of the standing orders, time being what it is, to recommit the items, questions and answers to questions. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the question to be answered then in the name of the member from Southwest St. Andrew, and the Minister of Education is prepared to answer.
Madam Speaker, I'm looking for my papers. I'm sorry, let me just find my papers for a moment. I ask that the question submitted in my name be answered by the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question for the Minister of Education, Youth and Information for notice by MP Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Question number 1, would the Minister of Education please provide an update on the work of the 14-member high-level Education Transformation Commission established by the Most Honorable Prime Minister in 2020 to comprehensively review and propose systemic changes to public education in Jamaica as it relates to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on equality and other factors affecting the sector. Answer. The Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, since inception, has divided its review into 6 specific areas of focus, each assigned to a subcommittee. They are 1, finance, 2, governance and accountability, 3, tertiary education, 4, technical and vocational education and training, 5, infrastructure and technology, and 6, curriculum, teaching and teacher training. The subcommittees are comprised of appointed commissioners and voluntary experts who have been co-opted to serve on and advise the subcommittees. The Commission has been engaging in extensive consultations with various stakeholders. While the purpose of the Commission's work is not intended to respond solely to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, all subcommittees and components of the work of the Commission have considered the changes and range of impact that have been brought on as a result of the pandemic. The Curriculum, Teaching and Teacher Training Subcommittee and the Infrastructure and Technology Subcommittee, for example, have taken keen interest in assessing the inequities present in the system that have been compounded by the pandemic and looking at the way forward. Question 2. In light of the expectation of a report from the Commission by March of 2021, how will its work influence the government's response to COVID-19 and efforts to improve quality in the education system? The Commission's report is expected by June 2021. We look forward to receiving the Commission's recommendations, which will help to guide the government's response to the pandemic, as well as a broader transformation of the education system as a whole. This will include addressing issues relating to learning loss, student assessment and matriculation, socioeconomic inequities, and school resource distribution. Question 3, would the Minister please indicate when the COVID-19 vaccine will be offered to the nation's teachers and provide an update regarding the strategy for administering the vaccine to members of the teaching profession. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has advised that this scheduling for vaccination appointments for all teachers and school staff commenced on Thursday, April 8, 2021. Over the past few days, teachers and school staff have turned out to the various vaccination blitz sites island-wide to receive their vaccination. Teachers are encouraged to register before going to the vaccination site. A virtual sensitization session was held on Sunday, April 11, 2021, with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information and members of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, in particular, Dr. Ennis. Melody Ennis, yes. Well over 2,500 persons were present on the various social media platforms of the ministry. This session provided additional information on COVID-19 facts and also provided clarity on any questions or concerns regarding the administration of the vaccine. Other sessions are being planned to encourage the teachers and to clear up any misconceptions that they may have. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information is encouraging all teachers and school staff to take this opportunity to get vaccinated so that we can safeguard the health of all Jamaicans and work towards the full reopening of the school system. The final question, would the Minister please provide an update to the Honourable House regarding the nature, reach, and efficacy of the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms employed by the Ministry in respect of student engagement and learning outcomes since the start of the pandemic, and how the data gathered will be used to improve the teaching and learning process? Answer. From the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry has put specific strategies in place to effectively monitor learning engagement and learning outcomes. Data are collected from the regions on a weekly basis. This data set provides information on how students have been engaged, whether they've been engaged online, face-to-face when we were in that mode, by TV, radio, and learning kits. It advises on how many students are engaged weekly across the modalities, how many teachers have reported to work, and how many are deployed to work remotely due to comorbidities. In addition, education officers now have the opportunity to observe or monitor lessons using the virtual platform and guidance is subsequently provided to improve student performance and teacher effectiveness. Our literacy and numeracy coaches using the virtual platforms provide monitoring of the lessons, co-teaching, co-planning, student coaching, and consultations with principals and parents towards improved student performance. Students have also been provided with access to enrichment activities to supplement learning programs through our partnership with EduFocal and one-on-one educational consultants. Performance data from these engagements are used to inform ongoing learning intervention. As part of the monitoring, teachers are engaged in weekly common planning time led by curriculum specialists to reflect on teaching episodes and learn techniques to improve their planning and delivery. The ministry, through its learning management platform, is able to monitor the number of students and teachers engaged using the platform daily. This is used to triangulate the learning engagement report submitted by the schools and inform our response plans. From the database, we're able to identify the students who have never been online using the ministry's learning management system. Our mobile intervention program, which was started in mid-February, was intended to have teachers go into the communities to locate these students and re-engage them with their schools, and it was working quite well. Unfortunately, when all our students had to go back home again, we had to suspend that program. We also use an electronic survey to determine the student engagement at grades 4 to 6 as part of the monitoring approach. This is also used to target schools that report low engagement for targeted support. Our parent mentors attached to the National Parent Support Commission also assist in community mobilization towards ensuring students are engaged. They specifically target the families with low engagement records. The ministry is currently preparing to conduct a system-wide post-test in May and June 2021 using the diagnostic tools previously developed to determine student achievement and learning gaps. The data from the post-tests will be used to inform the specific learning intervention for the students in the new academic year. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Speaker, let me thank the Minister for responding to the questions that were asked on March 16th. It has taken a full month to get the answers, Minister, and I must admit that I am, in fact, a little disappointed that, for example, if I start with question 4, which asks about the nature, reach, and efficacy of the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, that although it is, although the response is there really is no depth to the information in terms of the nature, reach, and efficacy. I'm hoping, since the Minister has indicated that the Commission, that the Education Commission, the Education Transformation Commission, will be reporting in June, that some of those details will be included there. I wanted just for the Minister to note that the questions that I asked around the work of the Commission really stemmed from the fact that there was a promise made of a report in March 2021, and that we were in March 2021, and there was no mention of that and no indication as to when that would be forthcoming. I am, however, pleased to note, Minister, the sessions that are being planned in terms of clearing up the issues and misconceptions around the vaccine, and the fact that we do have a date and that teachers have begun to get their vaccines. I think that that is important. I note, however, that they still have, I think the last report was that they're probably now at about 62% of our teachers and educators who are pro-vaccine, which is a big jump from where we were, even probably when I asked the question. So that is a significant and positive movement. I still know that there is concern in the community, meaning in the education community and sector, around going back to face-to-face in the midst of high numbers of infections taking place. And that's understandable. Of course, what that also means is that there's a lot of work that we need to do, because we already have come to understand that regardless of all that we are going to do in terms of bridging the digital divide, that online and virtual learning is not a natural replacement for face-to-face. Yeah? And so we have to see how we do it. And given the history of inequities in our system, we also understand that we have a big percentage of the population that is being left behind, regardless of some of the progress that is being made in terms of bridging that digital divide. Of course, I'm not suggesting by any means that we do not make that attempt to bring them along, but I'm simply saying that we have to acknowledge where they stand and the fact that we are not on equal grounds. The next question I wanted the last thing I wanted to, comment I wanted to make, Minister, is that there is that engagement going on, and I think we have to acknowledge that that is taking place, and that is good, and that is what we require. I still find, however, that there are too many teachers and educators who seem almost right up on the last minute not to be sure of what is happening. So I'm not so sure where exactly the breakdown or the lag is in terms of the information passing from the discussion between the ministry and the principals and so on, and getting it to the classroom teacher, getting it to the parent, getting it to the student. But I believe that that is something that you need to probably pay some attention to, just to make sure that we can improve the flow of information so there is not that gap that creates an added anxiety in the sector. Minister, I'll probably do some follow-up questions about the actual learning management system and the engagement, and what I am getting from some of the schools in terms of what support the teachers need to ensure that they can play their part. Many of them seem to believe that they're not getting fully the kind of support that they need, and I'll probably ask that as a separate question so that we can delve into that a little bit more deeply, because I am concerned that we are not addressing the needs in that kind of a way, because sometimes we think only of our students around devices, connectivity, around having a space where they feel comfortable going online and putting on show, for want of a better word. So those are some issues that still need to be addressed, but I'll ask those as questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member from Southwest St. Andrew, for your observations and comments. I picked up a few things out of what you were saying. I wasn't quite sure what you meant when you said there are concerns going back face-to-face. We have not announced going back face-to-face except for those students who have to sit an exam during a particular period of time. Because I know, for example, or those students who go to schools and they have to sit an IB interbaccalaureate exam, that was allowed. But otherwise, all our students are at home. And, we've implored them to use the modality online, audiovisual, and the learning kit. With regards to the dissemination of information from the central ministry all the way down to the students, I would agree with you that there is much more that needs to be done in that respect. Within the ministry currently, there's active communication between the ministry, the regions, the principals. There is a bulletin where important information goes out on, and I can tell you that the bulletins are read when they go out. I've been to many, many functions where principals have commented that they have, in all their lives of, being in the education sector, they have not seen so many bulletins in the past like they've been seeing recently. For any topic they ask about, there is someone to say, well, it's in bulletin number 352 or whatever. So that I know that is alive and well. But I do agree with you. There's more that we can do to get information to our students. For example, I know that at the ministry they have a vast array of information, of e-resources that our students are not availing themselves of. And I think it's because they don't know, and we have not spent the time to put the information out there to them. And that is what we are looking and working at, and you will see much more from the ministry in the social media space and on other platforms, because we want to get this information out to our students. Give as an example, our e-textbooks. For this school year, there are some 36,000 e-textbooks, and the unique identifiers went out and all of that. We keep track of how many students access the e-textbooks, and it's quite low. And it's because I believe we haven't done a good job of letting them know, getting the information to them. Going forward, we will do a much better job than we've been doing in the past on that. With regards to the date for the report from the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, there was an initial expectation of a March date, and that has been adjusted, and that's why I was reporting that the Commissioner's report is expected in June of 2021. You talked about the divide that exists, and the fact is technology, which is here with us. It's not perfect in the education system yet, but it has started to allow us to close, at least in the first instance, the technology divide. And we're going to use technology in education to help to close the learning gap that exists. We have a number of programs. We've been looking at it to see how we can ensure that our teachers are at the tippity top of the learning curve, that the students, that we continue to deploy the devices to the students, that all our schools have connectivity, and over time, not too long, in short order, we hope our plan is for every student to have a device under our one laptop or tablet per child program, and for all our schools to be connected with broadband connectivity. We've already scoped out every single school, and we have a plan of rollout for the schools, so we will begin that. So thank you for your questions and observations.
If I could just respond to a question that the minister said she wasn't clear about when I asked the question or made a comment. Minister, when I spoke about noting the concern of members of the fraternity as it related to face-to-face, I was well aware that there was no change in the modalities that you had announced. The point I was making was that UNICEF in a recent World Bank study, they were clear to point out that online virtual learning is not a natural substitute for face-to-face. I think that we would agree, especially with the inequities that exist in our system. The point I was therefore making is that we have to look at how we get back to face-to-face safely, even as you roll out what you must, which is to ensure that the devices, the connectivity, and all of what has constituted that digital divide, that is closed. Because I suspect that many of us would agree that the future in education requires a mix of face-to-face and virtual. And that was the point I was making.
Okay, thank you.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, Minister Clark.
I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill entitled the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Amendment Act 2021.
A bill shortly entitled the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, there are a number of items on public business. We just want to indicate to members that we do have a 7 o'clock recognition with regards to our time arrangement in the House, so as to allow for staff and so on to comport with the protocols of the 8 o'clock curfew. So we would urge that members speak very frankly, freely, but concisely in dealing with these matters. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier with regards to the virtual meetings of committees.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to introduce a bill. To take the motion. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
That the motion be confirmed.
Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. Dr. Chan?
Those are no.
Yeah, I'm going to do the motion first. Yes, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders, enable me to take the motion of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the first motion is really to ensure I can host. Madam, is this one about is a debate, Madam Speaker? Is the motion to ensure we can have the select committee and the zone of special operations meet hold virtual meetings, whether wholly, partially, or partly physical and partly wholly virtual, partly virtual, and partly physical, utilizing available information and communications. I move that the motion be confirmed, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to our members for supporting this. We will have our select meeting sometimes virtually. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motions, those of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Deputy Prime Minister and National Security Minister to take the motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We now will take the motion. There are 4 motions related to 4 zones of operation. Madam Speaker, the prevalence of crime and violence continues to be a matter of great concern and a priority for the government of Jamaica, this government. Irrespective of the motive, the manifestation of violence in our society often ends in murder. Over the last 6 weeks, we would have seen some of the barbaric and evil attacks on some of our most vulnerable, our women, our children, and our elderly. It is evident that for some in our society, disagreements, unmet expectations, and difference of opinions are reason enough to take another's lives, Madam Speaker. This is reprehensible and will never be received with any amount of leniency. I recall that every occasion in which reports were made about these vicious, inexcusable crime, violent crime, there was uproar from the wider society and equal disdain by the members of the House. Critically, however, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the changing tide of entrenched violence will take more than our collective aversion to it. In order to reverse what could easily be described as a culture of hate and hurt in our society, we must all get to a place of complete and utter revulsion of these acts. We must implement and support the implementation of strong, decisive action against all perpetrators. This government has and will continue to be and to lead in creating the change that we all want to see in Jamaica. We will continue to support the work of the police and provide them with the tools that are necessary to enforce the law, preempt criminal activities, protect and reassure our law-abiding citizens, and investigate and apprehend criminals irrespective of their gang or non-gang affiliation. We must find a way to restore to the inner-city youths, in particular our young men, their stake in society. We must negate their decades of social isolation and replace that with a renewed sense of dignity, self-worth, and hope. Madam Speaker, this is maybe the most critical cause of the violence that prevails, because while we will provide the legislation and we provide the police with the tools and we detain and sometimes arrest and put away for some time, the violence will keep recurring, because the truth is that statistics is showing that as much as 75% of young males from age 14 to 25 in the inner city communities are what we consider recruitable into gangs. And until we find that we're reversing this trend and in fact offering them a different lifestyle, one of hope to be productive for our society, the violence will continue. Madam Speaker, that today, of course, we take all the statistics. The murder rate in Jamaica is some 3.4% of what it was in 2020. But this is one of the month of April has shown a significant fall, and in fact put us in this post where it is about a 20% fall relative to 2020. The downward tendency is welcome, but I'm mindful it's a very short time frame and therefore will not constitute a trend. But it is the result of some very hard work and commendable investigation by our police officers. Indeed, I'm confident it's a reflection of the improved efficiency as the government invested in the force and they have gone through some reorganization process. Indeed, some of the more despicable criminal activity of the last few weeks, while it was very disturbing to society and concern to all of us, what was also true is that the police responded and was able to identify and apprehend and charge many of them very quickly. And of course gives us the hope that we restores the hope, the confidence of our police force, and give the country hope that we can get on top of this particularly epidemic of violence that pervades us. There was some marginal increase in shooting, but a significant decline in all other serious crime. Rape is down by 47.5%, break-ins are down, and of course robbery are down. Within the Zozo community, there have been significant reduction in all incidents. In fact, I have the statistics over during the course of this month. In fact, there was zero criminal activity of major criminal activity, other things, in all 4 zones of special operations. And if we look at from the inception, there was a total of some 40 homicides, of which 36 took place in a single zone of special operation, which we are now looking at reviewing our strategy, both in terms of the social investment and how we operate in the security zone. And we expect we can take that community to the same level as we have in the other communities. Madam Speaker, this is significant. Madam Speaker, when we look at the numbers in this general manner, we cannot argue with the fact that the majority of serious crimes are trending downwards. But I'm aware of some of the impression that, especially in rapes, that have been underreporting. There has been, in fact, underreporting of something like rape and sexual offences for a long time. And there is no indication that the level of underreporting is increasing. But the JCF and the Ministry can only report what we have. We'd like to take this opportunity to encourage all victims of sexual harassment, rape, sexual assault, and any form of illicit sexual coercion to report those criminal activities to the police. We have taken steps to sensitize the police officers, not only those who are assigned to Sissoko, but all police officers. In addition, in our ROC program to repair and rebuild a number of our stations, we have taken steps to redesign the entry to police stations. We are moving from guard rooms to receptions, and all the redesigned, redeveloped stations will have private areas where individuals, clients may be able to speak to a relevant officer in safety and quiet, and attempt to, in fact, make it our police far more sensitive. Madam Speaker, it's also true the advancement of technology. Real-time access to audiovisual material has changed our social atmosphere significantly. Police officers used to be the only members of our society that see the very gruesome crime scenes, every mutilated body, every devastating result of criminal violence. This technology has helped the police server in carrying out their investigation and has facilitated their ability to respond faster, with far more efficiency in identifying and apprehending killers, as I alluded to earlier. All with the professionalism, of course. For the first time, though, this technology has now allowed the average citizen, able to view the raw images of crime scenes almost in real time, and certainly, therefore, has raised the sensitivity of our citizens to such activity. The average citizen has been somewhat distanced from the reality of some of this criminal violence, and indeed, I have said before, in terms of inter-gang killing, it has almost become a kind of distant activity. Gang kill gang, say, boys, gang man, we're not in gang, or it's police business, and sometimes it's political war, or some other conflict, but it was never something that will have the society relating to in a direct way, and our killing continued to be above, at epidemic levels, well over 10 per 100,000, in fact, in the region of 40 up to 60 per 100,000. The emergence of this social media scene has, in fact, resensitized more people, and in fact, while it was the unfortunate result of some very brutal activity, the truth is I think there's a greater sensitivity to criminal activity, and while it may seem to put pressure on us, in a sense, I'm appreciative that the citizens is becoming more sensitive to this, as we will have to take strong action to overcome it. We have become too desensitized to the brutal and vicious nature of the crimes. The violent state that was set over the last 20 years signals a murderous culture that we must find a way to reverse. Through this technology, the sense of humanity and empathy of our people is being provoked towards a process of resensitization. And for that, we will, in fact, we appreciate that, and will, in fact, as a government which continues to identify security and public safety as priority, as a major priority, the citizens sensitive to it, of course, will only help in us pursuing the goals. Madam Speaker, the men and women of Jamaica Consular Force continue to carry out their duty with professionalism, respect, and an unwavering commitment to apprehending lawbreakers. Indeed, over the last few weeks, where we have seen some decrease, but in terms of the lockout, the police worked extensive, police supported by the JDF did extremely high-quality professional work and long hours to ensure there was compliance, but also to ensure that there was strong public order and safety for citizens. The Ministry of National Security is sensitive to the socio-economic issues and challenges that foster crime. We are working with other key ministries and agencies of government, including the Ministry of Education, the Training for States in Heart, Hope, to create an environment to divert young people, particularly young boys, who, if left alone, will become recruitable to the gangs. In the long term, this is where we'll find a solution to the problem of violence. Literally, a re-socialization of our young men have to be done in a lot of the inner city areas. The work of the police is to maintain public safety and national security. This will not be achieved by only locking away hundreds of men and women of our next generation. We must utilize our tools to negate the social isolation of these young people and restore hope, self-worth, and true dignity to all. The zones of special operations continue to demonstrate the government's commitment to a whole-of-government response to the social deprivation in these communities. It is being strategically applied to reduce crimes while preserving life and respecting citizens' rights. Wherever it is declared, in time, this principle will be applied across the island to all similarly challenged communities and to offer hope and restore dignity to all our young men. This administration has taken a policy position that recognizing the interconnected and complex nature of crime and violence, and have developed an integrated strategy involving the whole of government approach to treat with the root causes and social issues, while at the same time directly dealing with gangs and producers of violence. To this end, the concept of zones of special operations has proven itself to secure the right to life of all citizens, to build confidence in legitimate state structures, and re-establish an overwhelming sense of citizenship in the place of fear. Approval is once again being sought by the extension of the zones of special operation in the Mount Salem, Denham Town, Greenwich, and August Town communities. Acting on the advice of the National Security Council and in accordance with the law reform zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, and in accordance with the Section 5 of the Act, which guides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order, subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the period referred to in Section 4, by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the period referred to in Section 4.3, the Denham Town, Mount Salem, Greenwich Town, and August Town zones of special operation, special security, and community development measures to be extended for a further period of 60 days. The ministry papers have been distributed to all the members of the House on the table 22, 21, 23, 21, 24, 21, and 25, 21, indicating work being done by the Social Initiative Social Intervention Committee and the guidance of JCPOT in conjunction with all the relevant MDAs. The government continues to be guided by the security forces on matters of national security. Through the deliberation of the National Security Council, policy decisions and a process of continuous review in relation to the use of enhanced security measures continue to inform best practices in the interests of the country. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate that these experiences so far have produced innumerable lessons at various levels, operational, tactical, and strategic. Some lessons have been specific to the way our security forces operate, while others have been much broader. Cumulatively, all lessons have added value through increased awareness and knowledge. This must be matched by an eagerness of the country to likewise build partnerships with the security forces through positive interactions and an exercise of patience, understanding, and trust during the process designed to achieve renewal. Madam Speaker, I now ask that we, in accordance with Section 5, that we move for acceptance of the resolution to extend the 5 zones of special operation identified for a period of 60 days, further period of 60 days, Denham Town, Mount Salem, Greenwich Town, and August Town zones of special operation. Special community, security and community development measures to be extended for a further 60 days.
The question is that the 4 motions, notice of, be approved. Those in favor? Those opposed?
I am well aware that time is past and would like to end, but Madam Speaker, I am hoping that we would still have a right to make some comments, response to the Minister. Minister?
No, member, no one indicated, and I took the opportunity to move along
nobody
quickly.
Could have indicated in that short period of time. Let's be very clear.
All right.
No, man, it's a horse and a gallop. Minister, I'm pleased to, and let me start off by saying that I have every intention of supporting the Zozo. We have been very clear that the Zozo is something that we believe could be useful. I stand, however, Minister, looking in particular, as you would understand, on the Ministry Paper 2421 that deals with the Greenwich Town Community Zone of social intervention and the report that is there. And I am pleased, by the way, to note that you did include in last year's activity work on the St. Andrew Primary School as part of the Greenwich Town Zozo. And I am extremely pleased to see it, Minister, because you are confirming what many of us in the Greenwich Town Division know, that that school is a part of Southwest St. Andrew. No, that is what you are confirming by including it in the report about the Greenwich Town Zozo. I must admit that wherever St. Andrew Primary School falls, I would support any activity being done and any improvement as someone who attended St. Andrew Primary School back in the day. Yeah, so I wanted to share that information with my neighbor from West Kingston so that he understands the geography. But Minister, I wanted to make a suggestion because when I looked at the work for 2020, 2021, 2022, I did not see any mention of making a deliberate and direct attempt to get more for these communities out of HOPE, the National Service Corps, the National Unattached Youth Program. And I believe that these communities, like the Greenwich Town Division, where the Greenwich Town community, where the Zozo is, that special attention needs to be placed to ensure that more individuals in the community have access and are able to be a part of these kinds of programs. I listened to you about the lessons learned, Minister, under the Zozo, and I'm certain that one of the lessons that would have been learned is something that we are seeing more and more coming out as we look at what is happening during the pandemic. And it is the silent pandemic that is appearing in most of our communities. I say appearing, although I'm well aware that it is not just now happening, but that for quite some time, the issue of domestic violence has been a feature of our community. Yes, it is true that it is part of the broader problem, cultural problem, that we have around how we relate to one another, how we solve our issues, and how we operate in terms of relations of power. And I know, therefore, Minister, that you will agree with me that the Parliament, along with extending the life of the Zozos, would also have before it now its best opportunity to send a signal to Jamaica that as far as domestic violence is concerned, we take a no tolerance approach. And I raise that, Minister, because I believe that the police has been extremely good with using the community eye and using cameras to actually capture a number of things happening in the community and have been able to use it to solve crimes. And I believe that that is laudable. I want to say, Minister, in as much as another video has surfaced that has been brought to our attention around an issue of domestic violence, which is one that has really captured the heart and imagination of Jamaicans, one where many of us, Minister, are really traumatized by what we have seen. I would want to suggest that here is an opportunity for more cameras in our communities to be able to capture opportunities like these, but I'm also going to suggest that we lose the benefit if we turn a blind eye, or if because of related interests, we ignore the problem of domestic violence. And it couldn't be that we are ignoring it because it may be one of our own who is a perpetrator. And I want us really to make sure that that is something that the country is clear that we are not condoning by any stretch of the imagination. And therefore, in as much as we say to community members, make sure that any member in the community who is perpetrating domestic violence know that they do not have a place in your community. I would want to say that to all of us here in the Parliament as well.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Member, for your support and for your comments. Let me just emphasize, I didn't go into the conclusion before, but this government take violence, including domestic violence, as a serious issue affecting the entire society, and we are approaching at a holistic level. Domestic violence, of course, is the most, in a sense, to the average, is the most despicable. Abuse of women and children is certainly something that cannot be countenanced in any way and must be dealt with. But violence has become a major issue in our society, and we have to approach it holistically. It has deep roots. I'll speak more to this as we proceed. I'm having discussion with, as I said, the relevant ministries to look at a broad approach. The Prime Minister have established the Violence Prevention Commission, which is also will be leading the foray. And when you refer to what's happening in the zones of special operation, we intend to, in fact, interview and identify all of the young people in there from 20 to conception, literally, right? Going that way and find a place for all of them. Because we have to start the process with the single mother. In fact, we use the term now, some of these ladies are in a circle where they're not really mothers yet, they're just bearers of children, because their life is such that every day they struggle to survive. We have to find them and begin to nurture them, give them a stake in society, but provide the social support to bring them into the mainstream of society. And while it may appear a very major challenge, we do have as a society a reasonable social safety net. It's not very lucrative, it's not very big, but for those individuals, to put them on the PATH program make a lot of difference. To try and get them a shelter and to ensure they sleep off the floor makes a big difference. And the basic service will be provided, and we're going to deal with every single member of the community. Going into the age group from school-age boys right up to age 20, we'll have to find a place for them. The Prime Minister have indicated he's reorganizing hard to ensure we can find a place for them. During the course of this month, I said some new initiative with the Caribbean Military Academic Technical Institute. We are doing a number of things which we have initiated in the flanker campus, such as articulated vehicle drive, which is heavy-duty vehicle operation, and other activities relating to construction, and that the young males have an inclination to be involved in more willingly. So we recognize the problem. I'm trying to move in a new direction, so it takes a little more in terms of getting the professional in the bureaucracy responding. They're all committed, but it's not easy to change direction. But I said I have very good support from the Ministry of Education, is crucial. They have the Parenting Commission, and of course we will go to the Public Health Department to deal with the child care welfare clinics, and of course the prenatal clinics, etc. So we recognize, and the ministry is taking action to really restore, to provide opportunities and restore a sense of dignity to the people in these communities. Madam Speaker, I move for the acceptance of the affirmation of the motion.
The question is that the resolution for the acceptance of the 4 zones of special operation be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, we invite the Minister of Finance to take the bill, the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Amendment Act 2021.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act 2021.
Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commence the debate on an act to amend the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act. It's a very short bill, and I believe we can, subject to what transpires, we can, see if we can wrap it up today. Madam Speaker, the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act dates back to 1995 and represents the only geographically based tax incentive legislation in Jamaica, currently on the books. It survived, Madam Speaker, the 2013 culling of incentive legislation, which were replaced by what was generally referred to as the Omnibus Tax Incentive Legislation, or formally as the Income Tax Fiscal Incentives Miscellaneous Provisions Act, and the accompanying amendments to the Customs and Stamp Duty Acts. Madam Speaker, the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act continues to be relevant because its principal objective is incentivizing the development of blighted areas and areas suffering from urban decay. This legislation continues to be a tool in the policymakers' arsenal and in the urban developers' quiver to rehabilitate urban spaces that are a shadow of their former glory and redevelop sleeping towns into modern, bustling metropolises. The Act offers a suite of incentives to various stakeholders who play a part in development of these areas. To the investor, it provides tax-free returns on approved bonds and loans issued from the bond issue, in addition to relief from transfer tax, stamp duty, and recording fees. To the approved developer who carries out improvement works in a special development area, it offers a generous income tax credit of 1/3 of its capital expenditure for improvement works, transfers of land for development purpose, free of tax, and where the developer rents the improved property during the incentive period, he is also entitled to tax-free rental income from the property. The largesse of the Act extends further to bestow upon tenants of the improved property during the incentive period a double deduction for the amount of rent paid in arriving at their statutory income. The Act, Madam Speaker, has been amended in the past for 2 main reasons. To either increase the incentives offered, for example, in 2010, when the tax credit on the capital improvement or capital investment was increased from 25% to 33.33%, or it has been amended to address problems which arose during the process of administering its provisions, as was done in 2015. The 2015 amendment sought to increase the ease of administration of the Act by augmenting the minister's powers under the Act. Madam Speaker, this 2021 amendment that is before us falls under the latter category of amendments, which seeks to aid the ease of administration of the Act by clarifying the effect of certain provisions which have been, or which can be described as ambiguous. Madam Speaker, the main issue which this bill seeks to clarify is the effect of the prescribed tax incentive period on the utilization of the tax incentives under the Act. Currently, the Act falls within the remit of 2 ministers, the Minister responsible for Finance and the Minister responsible for Urban Development. The procedure prescribed by the Act for the activation of the tax incentives with respect to an area involves the Minister responsible for urban renewal declaring an area suffering from urban blight or decay as a special development area under Section 3. This is followed, and in practice they are done simultaneously, by an order from the Minister responsible for finance, prescribing the incentive period, which must be at least 10 years. The tax incentives operate in an area while these two orders subsist, the order from the Minister of Urban responsible for urban renewal and the order from the Minister responsible for finance. Madam Speaker, while it is the Finance Minister who grants the various designations and approvals under the Act, the application process currently in place sees the application being first submitted to the Urban Development Corporation, the UDC. And it is the UDC, through the expertise of its technical staff, that assesses the actual or proposed capital expenditure submitted for approval by the applicant. Based on the information supplied by the applicant during the application process, as well as site visits to the improvement works, the UDC's quantity surveyor makes a recommendation for the amount that qualifies as capital expenditure for the purposes of the Act. The recommendation goes to a committee which comprises representatives of the UDC and the Ministry of Finance, known as the Incentive Recommendation Committee. That committee examines the application, and where it is approved, the recommendation for approval is communicated to the Tax Administration Jamaica, whose role in the process is limited to the preparation of the relevant draft order and the brief for submission of the IRC's recommendation to the Minister of Finance. Where the Minister approves the application, the order is signed and duly published in the Jamaica Gazette. Madam Speaker, in practice, the orders designating a person as an approved developer usually speaks to the order having effect for a period of 10 years, and applicants usually have the expectation of being granted 10 years. The time is important because Section 13 lists certain restrictions on how the tax credit may be applied, including a yearly cap of 50% of the approved developer's tax liability. The credit may, however, be carried forward during this time that the approved development order is in effect. No issue arises if the 10-year period given to an approved developer falls inside of the incentive period or falls within an extension of an incentive period. However, Madam Speaker, the Act is silent on how the incentive period should be construed in relation to the date of application by the developer, which has given rise to ambiguity in the interpretation of the Act. This has resulted in situations where developers continue to enjoy the full suite of incentives way beyond the end of the incentive period assigned to a development area. This creates a distortion within the market, as the approved developer whose operating costs are now lower would be competing for an extended period with rival businesses which do not and cannot enjoy these incentives. So just to, tax incentives by their definition are distortionary, but they're meant to be positively distortionary. They're meant to distort activity to result in investment in an area. And the incentive period, or the special, is for a particular period of time. And what you want is for the distortion to be such that it leads to investment during that time. Now, when you're outside of that period of time, the public interest can be harmed if those incentives are no longer available to any participant, and yet there are individual entities that continue to benefit from it, because what will result, which is not what we want, is that others, and this is just others who are aware that there are persons who are benefiting from these are likely to withhold their particular investment because they're not going to be able to compete. So what you want ideally, if you're to structure it in an ideal way, is that you want incentive period to be from A to B and to be such that people are incentivized to come in at the very beginning. And the people who come in at the beginning probably end up getting more than people who come in at the end. And when it's over, and everybody is on the same footing. Now, that's the ideal. Now, what happened, Madam Speaker, the issue came into full focus when shortly before the expiration of the incentive period in Spanish Town, and up until this period when it's just about to expire, there were no applications at all. But right before the expiration, I can't tell you exactly how many weeks or days before, but it's right before the expiration, 2 applications were received in respect of works to be carried out in Spanish Town, in the Spanish Town Special Development Area. The urban renewal tax regulations allow for application to be made by a person who intends to carry out improvement works in a special development area. However, Section 13 of the Act requires, and this is where you understand the 1995 intent, because 13th section of the Act requires that the works be carried out in a year of assessment during an incentive period. All right? So Section 13 is the works be carried out in a year of assessment during the incentive period, meaning, and here we're not talking about incentive period that individual has, but we're talking about the incentive period for the special development area. The applications were duly approved by the IRC under the UDC structure and submitted to the TAJ for preparation of the ministerial order under Section 4. This incentive period, while the applications were going through the approval process. Now, no problem arises where there is a new incentive period declared for special development area. But, Madam Speaker, the justification for the renewal of the incentives applying for the area was weak, and that decision was made even before recognized that two applications came in right at the end. And it is, Madam Speaker, the view that a more appropriate construction of the Act should result in the and this wouldn't affect anybody who has already been approved, and certainly the only way to deal with the case that we have before us of entities who came in at the very end of the period with the full expectation that they would enjoy the full amount of the benefit, and the law is ambiguous on it, and we concede that. This amendment will allow for those applicants to enjoy the benefits that are provided for under the Act. But it will also make a correction going forward that the benefits apply for the incentive period for the development area, which can be minimum 10 years, right? It could be 15 years, it could be 20 years, it could be whatever, but it's for that period of time. So what we want is for people to come in at the very beginning. We don't want people to delay their investment. If people can come in at the 9th hour and still receive the same benefits, then they're not going to come in the first year or the second year. They're going to wait and see what happens. No, those would be grandfathered. So those would be grandfathered. But going forward, we're making the case that if you want it, come now. Because if you come later, you will have less years than the persons who come before. And that's a more consistent incentive structure for the kind of positive distortionary effect that we want to have. We want to distort behavior so that people consider investing now rather than tomorrow. So the position will ensure, Madam Speaker, that persons who are interested in the development of blighted areas will declare their intentions at the commencement of the incentive period or soon thereafter, and not delay their decision until the end of the period. And it will help the government to gauge the effectiveness of the Act in relation to various areas and how the incentives can be more productively deployed to banish urban blight and decay. So, Madam Speaker, I'll now go through the bill clause by clause. Clause 1 states a short title and commencement and addresses preliminary issues such as the name of the bill. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act, the definition section, by inserting meaning for terms used in the Act, such as appointed day, effective day, while the definitions of incentive period and special development area are being updated to take account of some of the changes being made in the bill. Clause 3 amends Section 3 of the Principal Act, which empowers the minister to make a special development area order. The amendment to this section in Clause 3 makes it clear that the power is conferred on the minister responsible for urban development. So even that, there are two ministers referred to in the Act, and you have to use the context to determine. We just want to make it abundantly clear which minister is being referred to in this section. Madam Speaker, Clause 4 introduces a new Section 3A, which explicitly empowers the minister, in this case, the minister responsible for finance, because the subject matter of the Act relates to taxation, to make the incentive period order. While the current definition section implies that the minister may make an incentive period order, there was no substantive provision so empowering him. Clause 5 amends Section 4A of the Principal Act, removing the power to amend or vary special development area orders from this section as it is being inserted in Section 3. This is to separate the provisions relating to powers of the two ministers under whose purview the Act falls. Clause 6, which inserts a new Section 4B in the Principal Act, contains a central provision in the bill. Subsection 1 of the clause is a provision that sets out the effect of the expiry of an incentive period for a special development area. That is, all entitlements to any tax relief ceases. Subsection 2 is a savings provision that preserves the status quo in respect of A, applications that were submitted to the minister prior to the expiration of an incentive period and that application is approved, like the two that I'm referring to, or B, the current approved developer orders and approved organization approvals or any variations that were made before the amendments came into operation. This means that the rule in the new Section 4C is to have a prospective application going forward, not looking back. The last provision, Clause 7, amends Section 8 to clarify that it is the notice by which the minister declares a person approved organization. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and provides an overview of the necessity and the scope of the bill. Among other things, it states that the bill seeks to A, amend the Act to ensure that the period during which a person may benefit from tax relief under the Act in respect of improvement works in a special development area does not exceed the incentive period for that area. And B, include appropriate savings provisions in respect of applications made under the relevant provisions of the Act prior to the coming into force of the amendments. Madam Speaker, I commend the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act 2021 to this Honourable House for approval.
Madam Speaker, there's some short comments. First, on an issue of process. Minister, some of the critical stakeholders, particularly in the downtown redevelopment area, have been eager to have some input related to this bill because it affects them. And they have a number of concerns, particularly as it relates to what they call the lengthy application process and what they consider to be the lack of transparency in the application process. Many of them consider it extremely convoluted, and the companies can take up to 3 years during the application process to determine whether they are approved or not. So they go into a process, they are spending significant sums of money without knowing whether they are going to be approved. There's also a concern about the lack of an overall urban renewal plan. So when someone makes an investment, they want to know how their investment fits into the total investment in that area. And that is also a concern that they have. And also, there's a PIOJ project to look at the redevelopment of the market district, which, again, the stakeholders are concerned about getting the findings from that and ensuring that we incorporate that into whatever amendments we make, re the incentives and the legislation here. So I don't have any real problem with what you are proposing, Minister, but just to say, I think there needs to be greater engagement of the stakeholders. There are businesses that want to make the investments, but are concerned about the process and are hesitant to make the investments in the absence of that lack of clarity and transparency, and feel that they have to spend a lot before they even know whether they qualify. And there are scenarios where companies have spent up to 3 years trying to get the incentive and really have just given up because it just takes too much time and effort and resources to determine whether they qualify. So again, no major objection, but to ask you in going forward that you have the discussions with the stakeholders to ensure that their concerns are addressed and so that we can maximize the investments, particularly in Kingston, but in the other areas.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the opposition spokesperson for those comments and for supporting of the main tenets of this amendment bill. administration of the scheme definitely can be improved. As I mentioned, it straddles two ministries, but the technical aspects of approving an investment under the scheme, the urban renewal scheme, falls within the UDC, and there's a specific committee that I believe is a subcommittee of the board that's set up to do so, and the subcommittee of the board consists of persons from the private sector. So I think that from what I know of the process, I believe that there are areas where it can be streamlined, and certainly what I get the sense that a lot of people probably don't even understand how to go about, right? Only those who are really plugged in. And as a result, that probably stymies the numbers of persons who want to come forward. It's an act that provides, even though the incentives that it provides today are probably less compelling given the general improvement in the business environment over the period of time between 1995 and today. With respect to the downtown process in particular, though, and I'll just introduce another element here. One of the reasons why the Prime Minister has been behind, not so much Parliament Square, which is only a part of it, but behind this idea of developing National Heroes Park as a place that you can have government offices and probably residences for persons who work in the area, is that would give a fillip to the renewal of downtown. I take your points on finding ways to make the process more efficient and for it to, persons to have a better experience with respect to time. That's something I'll have to do in collaboration with the UDC. As I say, what comes to the Ministry of Finance is what the UDC has been approved. So the belly of the process, the technical belly of the process is there. And that is something that we can... sorry, you want to go?
Just before you wrap, Minister, I find the point raised to be particularly compelling because I take the point that you mentioned earlier, that you really want the investment to come at the early rather than at the back end. Now, if the administrative process impedes the decision making, then it's really not for lack of interest, and the whole efficacy of the legislation, the intent of the legislation is being undermined. So I think the issue of the administrative, I know that the collaborative work, if that is what is in fact stymieing the legislation or the take-up of the legislation, I think the focus then has to be on the transparency so that there can be a greater understanding as to how it is to be utilized and the accessibility, and then two, that the process itself be made more streamlined and effective.
As I said, I take the point, and just given the act that we are kind of co-administrators of it, the UDC and the Ministry of Finance, in that capacity, I'll have a conversation with the person who chairs this committee that I believe is led by private sector people, to get their recommendations about how it can be made more efficient. And certainly, I think that we probably should go on an advertisement blitz to remind potential investors and certainly local business players of the benefits from, that could accrue to them from investing in some of these areas under the Urban Renewal Act. But, Madam Speaker, that would conclude my closing remarks, and I ask, Madam Speaker, that the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill. Minister, if you could give us some guidance. based on the time.
Madam Speaker, Chair, Committee Chair, we're asking if you can take everything together, from clause, title, memorandum of objects and reasons. It's a simple enough bill, and we have a meeting of the minds on it.
Thank you, Minister. So we will put all the clauses first. That is clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Mrs. Back. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled an act to amend the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, we have no plans to go beyond 720, so we think that there is a measure. The Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries indicated that he could dispose of the measure in his name within the period of time to 720, and therefore I ask that you invite the Minister to table debate and close the bill.
Minister Green.
I think we have to
hold on a moment, Minister Green. Just a formality. Yeah. I move for the recommittal of bills in order for us to take this particular bill at presentation of bills.
Madam Speaker, I now
Those in favor?
Oh, aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Go ahead, Minister Green.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Act 2021.
A bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Act 2021 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice as at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill entitled the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Act 2020-2021, and also to have him take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will preface my comments by indicating that I did have word with the opposition spokesperson on agriculture. We spoke yesterday. He is aware that we're taking the bill, and he did indicate that he has no challenge with the bill. As you will recognize, Madam Speaker, it is a very simple bill which is really tidying up some of the matters in relation to the tobacco industry. The bill before this Honourable House, by its short title, is the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Bill 2021. The bill, Madam Speaker, emerges from a decision of Cabinet number 32 of 2019, dated October 7, 2019, giving approval for the repeal of the Tobacco Industry Regulation Act, the Act, and the issue of drafted instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. The decision of Cabinet, Madam Speaker, is aligned to the government's public sector master rationalization plan, which proposes a reduction of the over 190 public bodies comprising companies, agencies, and statutory bodies as a critical feature of transforming the public sector. Again, Madam Speaker, under this policy, public bodies have been identified for outsourcing, merger, integration into parent ministry. The Honourable House will observe that the bill incorporates validation and indemnity provisions, which were necessary in light of the fact that by a previous decision, decision number 44 of 1983, dated November 21, 1983, the Cabinet had approved to repeal the repeal of the Act and the divestment of the assets of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority by way of sale to a consortium comprising of the Cigarette Company of Jamaica Limited and all other cigar manufacturers. At the time, the Cabinet was advised that the Tobacco Industry Control Authority, when it was operational, was unable to maintain a viable operation and was dependent on budgetary support from the government of Jamaica. Further, Madam Speaker, by a subsequent decision, decision number 41 of 1985, dated December 2, 1985, the Cabinet gave approval for the redundancy of the employees of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority and the payment of redundancies to such employees from the net proceeds of tobacco stocks, along with the sales of machinery, fixtures, and equipment. Notwithstanding the decision of Cabinet dated November 21, 1983, and although the operation of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority has ceased, the Act continues to be in force. And that is the reason why we are treating with this matter here today, Madam Speaker. The bill therefore provides for the validation and confirmation of all acts in relation to the winding up of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority, including the divestment of assets, entering into of contracts, and the payment of redundancy to officers and servants done in good faith and inadvertent as to the absence of statutory authority, and B, the indemnification of persons against liability arising out of their carrying out such acts, and C, the repeal of the Tobacco Industry Regulation Act. Just to quickly go through the clauses, the bill commences with the long title, followed by the preamble, then the short title in Clause 1. Clause 2 is the interpretation, which provides interpretation for the term validation period to mean the period commencing on November 21, 1983, and ending on the date of the coming into operation of the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Act 2021. Clause 3 is the validation and indemnity. Subclause 1 validates all acts carried out during the validation period by the Tobacco Industry Control Authority, other persons acting in support of the said authority and the Government Divestment Committee in good faith, and those done inadvertent on the basis of being without statutory authority, and declare such acts to be validly, properly, and lawfully done to all intents and purposes, and with effect as if done pursuant to the Act and any other act. Subclause 2. Subclause describes the nature of the acts referred to in subclause 1. Subclause 3. This subclause provides every person who may be liable to be legally proceeded against on the basis of any of the aforementioned acts, though done in good faith, was unauthorized, unlawfully done, or otherwise illegal or improper, is freed, acquitted, discharged, and indemnified. And Clause 4 is the repeal of the Tobacco Industry Regulation Act, and as it suggests, this clause repeals the Tobacco Industry Regulation Act. So, Madam Speaker, in essence, all of the work would have been done between 1983 and 1985. However, this act remains on the books, so we want to remove it from the books now and validate and indemnify all acts that were taken in pursuance of this. In the circumstances, given the matters highlighted above, I ask this Honourable House for its full support in passing the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Bill 2021.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, as has been said, the matter is purely administrative and a tidying up exercise. The opposition has no issue with it.
Thank you, Member. Minister, could you ask for the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm All Acts in relation to the winding up of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority, including the divestment of assets, entering into contracts and the payment of redundancy to officers and servants, done in good faith and inadvertent as to the absence of statutory authority by the Tobacco Industry Control Authority and other persons in the exercise of the functions of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority during the period November 21, 1983, and ending on the date of the coming into operation of the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Act 2021, to indemnify persons against liability arising out of their carrying out of such acts, to repeal the Tobacco Industry Regulation Act, and for connected matters. Read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all the clauses be put, clause 1 through to 4.
I put clause 1 to 4. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The question? Oh, what else? I put the preamble. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Replace the maze. We're back in the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm All Acts in relation to the winding up of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority, including the divestment of assets, entering into contracts and payment of redundancy to officers and servants, done in good faith and inadvertent as to the absence of statutory authority by the Tobacco Industry Control Authority and other persons in exercise of the functions of the Tobacco Industry Control Authority during the period November 21, 1983 and ending on the date of the coming into operation of the Tobacco Industry Regulation, Validation and Indemnity Repeal Act 2021, to indemnify persons against liability arising out of their carrying out of such acts, to repeal the Tobacco Industry Regulation Act, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I do move the motion of adjournment that you adjourn this Honourable House until Tuesday, the 20th of April at 2 p.m., when we will commence the sectoral debate. And these two speakers will be the House Leader and the opposition spokesperson on foreign affairs. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the House do now adjourn for the date set, April 20th, Tuesday at 2 p.m. for sectoral debate. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.
We work to make communities safer by essentially